Well, very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Deck Sim live stream. Today's the 8th of January 2023, 3 minutes past 8 in the evening. Welcome to 2023, my first ever live stream of the year. You can probably hear I'm a little bit croaky. I had COVID-19 for a week. I went back to work for a couple of days. I am feeling much better. Still got a little bit of a bit nasally, a bit blocked and stuff, so do bear with me with that. And we are back in Explain 12 with the ZIBO MOD 737 on 2 sec today. Starting off here on Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic, we're flying to San Juan in Puerto Rico. We're then going to switch over to Microsoft Flight Simulator and the PMDG 737. Where we're going to go to Sint Maarten. Now, there are VATSIM events going on this evening, incredibly busy, but it'll be quite nice to compare the two sims. We've got the latest versions of both aircraft. It'll be nice to see what's been updated, what's been fixed, and have some fun along the way. Who we got here in chat then? Alex van der Pass, hope you're doing well. Good evening, everyone. Doug Kite, 31 months as a member. Welcome back. Happy New Year. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing very well. Hope you all had a great Christmas too. Simply Bob, rest in peace. Flight Deck Sims taste buds. My taste has actually come back. I did lose the sense of taste for about 3 or 4 days. Absolutely awful, but that's come back. Jordan Todd, hope you're doing well. You guys are well. Hope you're doing okay. Super Groby, Jonathan Wiltshire, love the choral fragment. Yes, I don't know, some angels appeared at the start of the stream. Marie1458 months to member, hope you're doing well. Thank you for your continued support. And Enkun Son, I said, what? I'm on time. You are here on time. Thank you very much for joining in. Jim Packo's here to moderate. Hope you're doing well. Domino OC and Lee Holdcroft, Sim737 pilot, Jonathan Wiltshire. The stream won't play because my TV shows mature content to disable restricted mode phone first. I better not show you what I'm wearing this evening then. Keep the camera off. Only joking. I hope you're doing very well. Fox is here. Good evening. Spitfire RAF 100. Nice to see you here too. MGS1, 6 months as a member. Happy New Year. Great to see you recovered. Thank you very much. I got called off standby as well at about 6 o'clock yesterday evening. I had to drive about an hour and a half out of base, fly out of base, and get home to about 1 o'clock in the morning. But I actually have now 2 weeks off, some annual leave, so I've got lots of fun streams planned for you. It's going to be great fun indeed. Things pinging left, right and centre here. Thank you very much for all of you for your support there. Phil MC says good afternoon from Illinois. Hope you're doing very well. Nice to see you here. Lots of Americans here as well. Oh gosh, it's 30, very loud, the alert ping. I forgot to, I need to turn that down at some point. Chris, thank you very much for the $5. Very kind of you, sir.
Good day, Captain.
Hello.
Was that the Mr. Bean choral music playing as timer counted down? Love that guy.
It did sound just like the Mr. Bean start intro, didn't it? When he gets like zipped out from like the heaven. It wasn't exactly, no. The actual name of it is, let me just find it. I think it's off the soundboard. It's called the Holy Sound Louder version. If you want to hear it again. Oh yes, we've got sound effects all day long. I even got
50,
Lego Yoda
40,
death sounds.
30,
there you go.
20, 10.
Charlie Carls, thanks lots for the $5. Very kind of you, sir. I hope you're doing very well indeed.
So Jim won't be the one coughing this time.
He was coughing last time. Well, we're going to be firing up FS Realistic for the stream of the PMDG, so he'll hear Jim coughing along with me. We've both been diagnosed with COVID-19. Unbelievable. Right, let's jump on into the cockpit of the ZIBO MOD 737. It's the first time I've done a public live stream in the aircraft as well. I did a test sector for each aircraft. Some issues in both at the moment. I'll try and point out where we are, but as usual, I'll be doing everything as realistically as possible, following my operator's SOPs, live weather, live time. We might go back a few hours for the flight to St. Maarten so we can enjoy the beautiful approach there over the beach onto runway 10. Thanks for subscribing there as well. Chans Reigned, I think that is. Hope you're doing very well. O'Neill, I'm glad to have all the alpacas in my airspace. O'Neill, I think you're providing ATC for Santo Domingo, this whole area, so thank you very much to ATC. It's very busy here in the Caribbean this evening. Yankee Fox, definitely need a soundboard in the real 737, would spice up the announcements. Yeah, I could do my PA and just go afterwards. I think might get a few interesting looks though. Sim737 pilot, this is the ZIBO EA 2.9, that is correct. Right, let's get the show on the road then. So battery we can turn on, GPU we can put on the bus, electric hydraulic pumps are on, landing gear lever is down. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green lights, then check all the aircraft documentation. So ZIBO I think has worked on fixing the lighting. It's a lot better. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it's much better than it was. One thing which I think explained trumps over Microsoft Flight Simulator, this I forgot to mention, is the default Dominican Republic Santo Domingo airport, and it's great. You know, all the taxiway markings are there. You'll see when we get to San Juan, we're going to land at the default San Juan, switch to Microsoft Flight Simulator. The default Microsoft Flight Simulator San Juan Yeah, it's pretty basic, whereas the X-Plane 12 version from the Gateway is really good. And I've got Ortho 4XP for the entire sector, and it seems to have fitted in really nicely with the sim. The X-Plane 12 is looking a lot better than it used to, so let's keep hoping they're putting more updates in there. The weather
50,
seems to have stabilised
40,
as well slightly.
30,
Still not perfect, though.
20,
It's certainly
10.
not better than it was. That shouldn't be over at Mac. Jonathan Wiltshire, thank you very much for the £2 donation.
Donation message hidden, contains mature content, devilish face.
Unbelievable. I don't know what your TV settings are set to, but why my streams come up as mature content, I have no idea whatsoever. Thanks a lot for the £2, buddy. Right, let's go on the overhead panel. We'll pop on the emergency exit lights, push the attend button. Great to have Avitab so I can bring up the operational flight plan with actually not forgetting to close it, because I can see it on my screen at all times. 2 very short flights, 42 minutes over to San Juan, Puerto Rico. 4.6 tons, I'm going to take an extra 30 minutes, so we'll call that 4.7, so 5.7, 5.9 tons of fuel I'm going to order. We'll go over here to fuel, 5,900, and we'll take 175 passengers. 175 passengers, and call for the fuel truck, and that should give us a zero fuel weight of 58.4 tons with 175 passengers. There we are, 58,336, so the passengers are loaded. Test the attend button, and did I do the squibs? No, I think I forgot to do the squibs and the fault and fire test. So I've got the checklist plugin all running as well, so we'll make sure we'll remember to do everything. But we've got the fire warning light, engine overheat, and the bell, and the wheel well fire light is illuminated. Let's turn up the, oops, zooming in a little bit too much there. Turn up the panel lighting. We'll do the cargo fire tests as well. You can see from my test sector, still got a random squawk set, so we'll put that to 2,000. Sounds like it's just started raining outside as well. Cargo fire test going up. I think there's CBs around, so that's could be quite realistic to live weather. Cargo fire test complete. No detector fault. Rudder radar trim is 3 and 0. Gear extension door is closed. Circuit breakers are all in. Overhead panel stall warning test. Need to wait a little bit longer for that to work. Mac airspeed warning test is good. IRS to nav. We've got the EC on. Engine control lights. They're very dim. They're not actually lights. They're little plastic covers. Those light on buttons. Circuit breakers are all in. Check the safety equipment tech log. And we're all good to go. Ready to start boarding for the sector. Here we are here, Sim 737 pilots, flight day sim is running X-Plane 12, that's it, doing X-Plane 12 today. MGSY engines are jumping from 0.3 to 0.4, I should think they're windmilling in the wind. ZIBO has modelled that, so you can see they're spinning around if we look out here. See how they're windmilling? Might be going
approaching minimums.
in reality a little bit quicker to get a register of the M1, but it does actually, as per the real aircraft, if it's spinning quickly you'll see the M1 registering. Do you need the EEC? Might have to put the start switch in ground first, can't remember, but I've certainly seen it on the ground during the engine start prior to them spooling up, registering an M1 there. Hello Jonathan again, 26 months as a member. He says, Happy New Year all alpacas and especially flight deck to sim. Oh, well, thank you very much. I don't need any more special treatment than anyone else. Happy New Year to all of you for our first ever stream for 2023. Right, let's see. We have got ATIS available, 12765. So let me tune that up. We'll get some weather, see what's going on. Expect to use the northerly runway today. Let's see if it's on a voice. Should come through. I think it was on voice when I...
AS Americas International Airport 8 is information Alpha 1900 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility 9er. Few clouds at 1800. Ceiling 1800 broken. Temperature 27. Dew point 24. QNH 1016. Arrivals and departures expect runway 35. Area navigation approaches in use. VFR aircraft say type and direction of flight. Notices to air missions. Read back all hold short instructions.
Roger.
Advise on init contact. Advise on initial contact. You have information Alpha.
It's information Alpha from 1900 Zoo. It's about an hour old.
AS Americas International Airport 8 is information Alpha 1900 Zulu.
That will do, otherwise it will be just going off and off and off. Right, QNH is 1016, so we can set that here. MFRA, we'll set that to, what's the elevation here, about 60 feet, so we'll put that to 1070 actually. 2070. Now, notice X-Plane 12. The screens are okay. They are a little bit blurry. You can see sort of here it's nowhere near as crisp as it used to be in X-Plane 11 and in the PMDG. I was talking to some of the members in voice chat earlier. It's sort of, it doesn't give me a headache, but it does sort of get a bit blurry, especially when you start moving your eyes around. And I've got the head tracker installed. Look, so if I press this, look, it should activate Tobii eye tracker. Oh no, I've actually disabled it because it does mess with the cameras, but I might turn it on for the approach. But yeah, hopefully they'll improve that at some point.
Minimums.
Turn up the lighting.
Approaching minimums.
QNH is set. Alfie Doug is 41 months as a member. Absolutely crazy. Thank you very much for your support for all this time. Good evening. Just wanted to say thanks for a top year of content. Here's to another for 2023. Thank you very much, Alfie Douglas, for spending so much time as a member. I'm glad you enjoyed the content still. And thank you very much for popping into the stream. We now have Austin's vegan food truck about to deliver some food. Looks like, oh, directly into the cockpits. It was nice knowing you all. Right, okay. Looks like it's filling up with cream or something. Right, okay, that didn't happen. Right, let's set up the FMC. Right, we've got latest weather conditions then. FMC, latest air rack is installed. We are in Santo Domingo. The code is Mike Delta Sierra Delta. Mike Delta Sierra Delta. We'll put in GPS left, those coordinates in. Behave. The arrival is Tango Juliet Sierra Juliet, that's San Juan in Puerto Rico. If anyone could remember the last time we flew into San Juan, Puerto Rico, it's actually the only other time. We've flown there before, about a few months ago. Top marks if you can remember what aircraft we took in. Check out the flight deck sim destinations map for a clue.
Approaching minimums.
Call sign is Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform today. That's in the FMC. Who was that joining there? I'm not so sure. It was there. Shore and de Groot, 3 months. Hi, Captain Co-Pilot. It's too bad I couldn't join tonight. Have a great year. Oh, thank you very much for popping into the stream. No, thanks to your 3 months as a member. I hope you are doing very well. Corner, that was rude. Oh, I know. Austin drives trucks about as well as I do then. Hopefully you don't drive into aircraft, Andy. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you here. Well done. Yes, it was the 767. The 767-400 Black Doctor 08. Flew in the flight factor to San Juan. Where do we fly in from, though? I can't remember. I think it might have been Cuba or something. I can't remember. Right, departure is going to be runway 35, Mela to Lima. That is in the FMC from Mela. It's Golf 6, Golf 633 to Maz. There is Maz. From Maz, it's the Route 12, RT12, to Josh. And then from Josh, it's going to be the Josh... Oops, what have I done here? Oh, it's gone off the scratch pad. It shouldn't disappear from the scratch pad. There we are. Departure arrivals. Expecting the easterly runways. They've got 2, 08 or 10. I think on the D8is they're saying they're using 10. I'll go for 10 just because I think that's what they're using in real life. We'll have to confirm later. Josh 3, and then I think the transition is via Vanna. Or is there a Vanna? Oh no, I think that was on the other one. Let's go for Mela and whatever's on the extended centre line for the approach. Let me just have a little look at the approach charts on Navigraph quickly, just so I can have a rough idea of what approach we're expecting off on runway 10. We've got a tenor, also a VCUG and a COPME. Oh, I'll just leave it. We'll just go straight in off the ILS direct to the centre fix for now. We can have a look at that later. So let's have a look at the legs. Oh, it's just started raining. Got some lovely raindrops on the windscreen. I think it's you can wipe them with the wiper as well, which is pretty cool. I think there's some more updates to come to the window wiper. I think there's Microsoft Flight Simulator. You can't have that, unfortunately. Let's activate. Just check for any discontinuities. So we've got Costco. Ooh. Let's have a little bit of a tidy up here. So we've got Josh. We're trying to find the next Josh and then go to Zugod. Josh, Zugod. That looks good to me. We'll execute that for now, and we'll now plan the rest of the flight. Steve, good evening. Glad you recovered now. I sound 95% better. You can probably still hear I'm very croaky. But the worst symptoms was the sore throat. I had a really sore throat for a couple of days. I found it very difficult to swallow. Because having just some liquids, but and then usual temperatures and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I flew the last couple of days, which was quite nice. Reserves are 2.2. We'll divert to Tango Juliet Papa Sierra if we can't get into San Juan. Cost index is 30. We're cruising up to 25,000 feet over to Puerto Rico today. Now the wind is very light. Top of climb wind is 283 at 7. The average is 283 at 2 knots. I mean, you can put it in, it'll make very little difference to the profile. 30 degrees. Transition altitudes 17,000 feet apparently. We'll leave that there. I've got no performance data. We're going to go full 22k, 27 degrees, 94.0, takeoff flat 5. CG 6.25 units, which will set now. I see some comments being tagged there. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just finish loading at the FMC. I think it might have been some pointers for the approach or flight today. 38, 45. We'll set 145 on the MCP. There we go. Sim 737 pilot. Is this the 12.1B1 version of X-Plane 12? No, I don't think it's the beta version. It's the latest public version. Don't use the Mela transition, says Lauren. Use no transition. It'll W back from Josh. I think I've tidied it up. Anyway. Mela is that I've as Josh. I'll just leave it like that. A lot of approaches in Europe, you select the transition, it doubles back, so I've just updated it like in real life. But thanks for the tip. The PMDG aircraft doesn't do the flight plan disc as you see when you put in the airway correct, or have I missed that? Don't know with the PMDG. It could be a nav issue, but not sure. Aviation with Elliot, evening. Would you recommend ZIBO or PMDG for hopefully a hopefully future commercial pilot? They're both great sims. With one reason is a lot of you want me to always compare the two. I've done a back-to-back stream before. It's quite popular. That's why I'm doing it again today on 2 short sectors, so I can just see where they both are in their current development cycle. The ZIBO mod, last time I streamed it was on the members group flight. The handling was quite poor, especially in the landing roll. I flew a test sector yesterday, it was much better. There's been some fixes. There are some areas, like the speed brake at the moment is extremely effective. It still needs to be refined slightly, but hopefully that will improve in time. Right, the only thing I wanted to do was modify the speed for the first turn, because it's an immediate turn over 90 degrees. I'm just going to put 220 knots or below for that initial turn at 402. Execute. Yeah, it's very washed out, the colours here. Right, I think we're all good in the FMC. Your number's on, nav transfer, display switches, normal auto, crossfeed, bright, dim, bright and off. What I quite like is the fuel is replicating the outside air temperature, so it's simulating the fuel has been uplifted here. Fuel 4 pumps on. So I just checked the crossfeed valve, I did, didn't I? Bright, dim, bright and off. Rest is all set. IGG disconnect switches are guarded. Standby power is on auto. And we'll get the APU cranked up now. In fact, it would have been started already with it being 27 degrees outside and quite humid. Window heat we can pop on. That's all set there. Voice recorders on. Trim airs on. Packed auto. Isolation valve open. We are cruising at flight level 250. The elevation at destination. Ooh, off the top of my head, I don't know. Let me have a quick look. Over here, it is airport. It's got to be close to sea level. I think it's 10 feet or so. I'll leave it at 0 anyway. So that's all set. Here we just want to set up the MCP. So runway 35. So 352. We'll put on the heading and the courses. 352. 352. Flight directors are on, order brake to RTO, reset fuel flow, and the rest is all looking good. Caged, trim set for departure, frequencies are set as well. There is a VOR here, I believe, on the Dominican Republic. Let me just have a little look at the charts. What approaches do we have here? There is a VOR approach. Let's just tune the VOR on the airfield. 14.7, Charlie Delta Oscar, it's on standby. Perfect, so just do a light test on oxygen, because we are going to run the checklist. Looking good on the overhead panel. MCP. And the lights here are good, all yellow, all 2 red and 1 yellow. Imagine Jim's checked his, check the oxygen. That's been tested, and we can now turn off the light test. Perfect, now, guys, better pushback. I don't know what I've done. I've downloaded the better pushback ZIBO mod fix. It just every time I use it, the ZIBO mod, it crashes. I don't know why. I've tried about half an hour earlier trying to fix it. So what I'm actually going to do is go to plugins and disable it. It's working on other aircraft, no problem. But for the ZIBO mod, there's for me a compatibility issue. I've tried the ZIBO mod fix, updated both the ZIBO mod and this. Spoke to ZIBO. I seem to be the only one having the issue. So I'm going to use the default pushback. It's just a straight pushback, unfortunately, but it is better than nothing. Right, APUs on the bus, and we just need to do the checklist in brief. Let's have a little look here in chat. Taylor, got you feeling better? RE landing elevation on the pressurization panel. I've seen it advised to set the departing field elevation in case of an engine failure. Is this not advised needed? Good question, Taylor. Now, there is a turn back feature. So if you take off, have an engine failure, and return to your point of aerodrome, it will remember the landing elevation. As soon as you change this, though, the altitude, which you typically do to avoid the off-schedule descent master caution, you then do need to reset the land out. So basically, if you just set that to the elevation when you divert, you'll have no problems. The reason you set that is to ensure that the aircraft properly depressurizes after landing. But good question, hope you're doing well. Bill Brett, there was a better pushback update for X-Plane 12 that fixed that crashing problem for me. I've tried that fix, Bill. It does not fix the issue for me at all. At the moment, if I select better pushback, it puts me in this view with the better pushback controls on the right, and as soon as I click one, boom, X-Plane 12 crashes. So I've tried the fix. The fix just crashes straight away. There we go. Right, 0321 assured you've had the same issue. Yes, I think a few people have. So what I'll do, I will get the clearance, and then we'll run the checklist, then we'll call for the default X-Plane 12 pushback. It's better than nothing, it just dump you on the taxiway, but it's, yeah, like I said, it's better than having absolutely nothing. I'm just sorting out the navigraph here on the side, just making sure I've got the correct flight plan loaded. There we go. Now let's grab the departure clearance center. Oh, has he disappeared? I think center might have gone offline. MDCS center. Oh no. Let me just refresh my fly live here. I don't know if we've got the ATC 124.3. I can't see it online. Can you check your microphone level? It seems lower than usual. How's the volume, guys? It is lower. Let me just put maybe I'll put it a bit closer to my mouth. How's that? Hopefully that's a little bit clearer now. But if it's provide the feedback, I appreciate that, because I do have a new microphone. It is working really well. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think we've lost ATC guys here. Mike Delta Sierra Delta is offline. No controllers. Oh well. Bill, it used to crash for me when I selected pre-plan pushback. Works now though. Strange how things work for some and not others. I know. Eat that mic. Unbelievable. It's a bit loudish to me, but the others seem to love it. Oh, now it feels like you're sitting next to me. Oh, I wish no one had said anything. I think it was okay. I think it was okay. Right. Right. Looks like there's no ATC for now. So what we'll do, I will brief you on what we're going to do. We're going to do a straight pushback because I have no other choice. We're on stand Papa 8, which is here. Pushback, straight pushback. We'll make a left turn to go onto the main taxiway, and then we'll taxi out via Delta right onto Juliet. We'll take full length via Golf runway 35. The SID is going to be the Mela to Lima. Mela to Lima, here's the routing. From Costco, right turn direct to SD402. Costco SD402. Max 220 knots for that initial turn. At SD402, we need to be at or above 9,000 feet, which checks in the FMC. Continue towards SD403, 15,000 feet above, and then direct to Mela, 55 miles. So it's all checked. It's RNAV based, no ground nav aids. Based off this SID, so we've briefed everything. Now, let's see how much we've got on the checklist. Chris, no comment to other YouTube channels I'm currently listening to. It was low. Now it's excellent. Great. That's what I like to hear. I like the word excellent for feedback. Flight Fury, thanks for 10 months. Started watching you years ago during my PPL. Just passed my CPL. Amazing. On Christmas Eve, your streams are a great motivator to the end goal. So thanks. Congratulations, Flight Fury. Thanks for your 10 months as a member. Amazing. You're not the first to have actually watched the content, and then some people have gone all the way to giving their ATPLs and even colleagues at my operator, so it's incredible to get the lovely kind messages like this. Thank you very much for your support as a member as well. Looks like maybe Santo Domingo is back online. Mike Delta Sierra Delta, or not. Well, we'll push back, and if he starts yelling at me, we know why. Right, let's now do the checklist, see what I forgot to do.
Safety inspection checklist.
There's Andy.
Surfaces and chocks.
Checked.
Maintenance status.
Checked.
Battery.
On.
Electric hydraulic pumps.
On.
Landing gear lever.
Down.
Ship's library.
Checked.
Safety inspection checklist complete.
Perfect. So if you'd like to download this checklist for the ZIBO MOD 737, I've just put the command in chat. Completely free to download. It's fully interactive with the switches and buttons made by one of the members of the channel, and it just ensures that the aircraft is correctly configured. There we go. Let's now do the before start checks to the line.
Before start checklist to the line. IRS mode selectors.
Nav.
Gear pins.
Removed.
Light test.
Checked.
Oxygen.
Tested 100%.
Yaw damper.
On.
Nav transfer
Oh, it looks
and
like they're having
display
ATC
switches.
issues. Oh dear.
Normal and auto.
Fuel.
So for this sector, we need a minimum of 4605. We have 5859 on board, so an extra 30 minutes, and then check the pumps
Check.
are on as well.
Fuel pumps.
4 pumps on.
There we go.
Cabin util IFE galley power.
On.
Emergency exit lights.
Armed.
Fasten belts.
Oops.
Not again.
So there you go. If you forget something,
On.
Window
it tells
heat.
you.
On.
Air conditioning.
PEX auto. Bleeds on.
Pressurization.
So we've got 250 land elevation is 0
Set.
set.
Pressurization mode selector.
Auto.
Instruments.
Cross checked.
Auto brake.
RTO.
Hydraulics.
Normal.
Speed brake.
Down D10.
Parking brake.
Just a minute,
Set.
Kevin.
Stab trim cutout switches.
Normal.
Wheel well fire warning.
Checked.
Radios,
Close
radar
doors.
and transponder.
So radios run on transponder. There's no ATC at the moment, so that's set and standby.
Set and standby.
Rudder and aileron trim.
3 and 0.
Takeoff briefing.
That is discussed.
Discussed.
PA.
I'm not doing a PA. Not for you guys.
FMC
Maybe
CDU.
one day again. That's set, so I've got takeoff page, and Jim's got legs.
Set.
N1 and IAS bugs.
N1 and IRS auto.
Oh, ATC's back online.
V-speed set.
Doesn't look great.
Stab trim.
Set.
Performance, weight and balance.
That is signed and sent. CG's been trim, 6.25 units.
Checked.
EFB.
Airplane mode installed.
Phones.
Off.
Flight deck windows and cockpit door.
Closed.
Doors.
Closed.
Passengers.
Seated.
Before start checklist completed to the line.
Thank you. So apparently we do have ATC, and I can see them now online. So there we go. Checks complete. We'll call for the default pushback.
Clear for takeoff, runway 35, southwest 57
Where is it?
Los Americas International Flight. Zulu Bravo 738. Request pushback straight back.
Zulu Bravo 738. Stand by. Pushback director is on the way.
Okay, so he's on the way. It's better than nothing. It does do a very short pushback. It's literally going to dump me about here. But it's better than nothing. Let's get to clearance. Oops, what have I done there? Press the wrong button. Who is it I'm talking to as well? It is Center. Santo Domingo Center. Very good evening. It's Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. Stand Papa 8 on Santo Domingo. Information Alpha 1016. Departure clearance to San Juan, please. Oh. What's happened to the frequency? I swear I heard someone talk. I don't know what happened to the frequency, I wasn't even on.
Alpaca 2 Foxtrot Golf is cleared to the San Juan Airport via Malachi.
Someone else had the wrong frequency tuned.
Runway 35, initial climb is 5,000 feet, 250 is final, and squawk 4114. Alpaca 2 Foxtrot Golf, your readback is correct. Advise and waiting for push. Expect runway 35, the QNH 1.
Where'd you get the audio checklist, Jim Calder? Just scroll up slightly, I've just put the link in there.
And we'll advise when we are ready for push. Alpaca 2.
Oh, X-Plane 12 has auto-tune. I guess it changed over for the ground handling.
Charlie Echo Yankee 160, new for push and turn. Charlie Echo Yankee 160, push and turn.
That's me.
Facing south.
Oh, so he's probably talking to me. Oh, it's crashed. Oh, god damn it. Unbelievable. X-Plane 12 seems so unstable. Right, let me just submit a report. Oh, sorry guys. Right, what's going to be the quick way of doing this? What I'll do, I'll go back on standard engines running. Let me submit report. Stupid thing. This is not ideal. Load is completed successfully. Right, let me start it up again. Let me just get the log, see what actually caused it. I'm having a lot of better pushbacks crashing it. I had a crash on the test sector. We'll do one more. If it crashes again, we'll just go for the next sector in the PMDG. Not good for X-Plane. I'm having a little look at the log here. Error. Oh god, there's so many errors. Right, I'll pop this in Discord. Someone else might be able to diagnose it. I don't really have the time during the stream. So let me just get that. Make sure it's the latest log, which it is 8:32. If anyone could tell me what that is, that'd be appreciated. Oh, sorry guys. God, I love streaming. I wonder if it had anything to do with the pushback. Disable auto-tune ATC window and make sure auto-save situation is off in EFB. Auto-save I think has been disabled in the latest ZIBO mod update. But I will double check it. I've done a test sector, managed to complete it. Right, let me just go back onto Papa 8. And this time guys, what I'm just going to do is go engines running. Confirm. Start engines running, live time, let's go. ZIBO auto-save still broken? Yeah, it's been disabled. Nothing really interesting in log you've posted. I didn't click anything either. I opened the little the pushback thing. X-Plane 12 will be very stable. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Could have been anything. Yeah, I'll have a look at the EFB settings regarding autosave. But as I said, I've done a test sector, no issues, and the sim was running for about 2.5–3 hours. Right, let me request a straight pushback straight away.
Route. Zulu Bravo 738. Request pushback straight back.
So we've just got that extra fuel in.
Zulu Bravo 738. Stand by.
So let me just log into X-Pilot again.
Minimums.
Reset
minimums.
fly
minimums.
live.
Approaching minimums.
Hey Casper, thanks for joining as a member. Whilst the sim crashed and all had lots of issues, hope you're doing well. Thanks a lot for the support. Glad you enjoyed the content. Enjoy the custom emojis in chat. Right, let me get this all set up here in the background. So, we are now logged on to X-Pilot. We have Las Americas, so Mike Delta, Sierra Delta. And we are going to San Juan Tango Juliet Sierra Juliet. Call sign is Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. Okay. Turn on fly live. So we're going to be burning into that extra fuel. Right, let me just do a quick panel scan up here. Oh, what? I should have done the same setup really. So it's after engine start essentially, and before taxi flow is done. I'll just start the checklist as well. So that's now running in the background. QNH was so 1009. Let's get the routing in the FMC. It's got obviously I've gotten rid of all my charts. I did log on to X-Pilot again. No, I haven't. Oh, I have. Yeah, let's track around. Right. So Mike Delta Sierra Delta, and we're going to Tango Juliet Sierra Juliet. Fingers crossed. No more issues. Oh yeah, I'll go to the EFB and disable autosave. I'm pretty sure it's disabled anyway. How do I check if it is off or on? Oh god, I can't remember where it is. Someone in the chat will have to be here. Help me. General config. No, it won't be under that. Just flight plan save. Realism. Autosave's off. It's disabled. You see, I disabled it ages ago because I knew it was causing issues. So that's that. It wasn't caused by ZIBO autosave. I didn't think it would be. Right, let's carry on with the rest of the setup here. Call sign Alpaca. Oh, at least the tunes are banging. Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. Departure. Runway 35. It's the Melatu Lima. Should be well on our way by now. Golf 633 to Maz. Route 12 to Josh. Josh 3. So I just select departure arrivals, didn't I? Yeah, and then arrivals. So it's an ILS 10, Josh 3. We're not going to select transition, otherwise Lauren will get upset. Joking, Lauren. Execute. Oh, here's the tug. I wonder if it could have been the default tug that caused it to crash. Well, that's all in performance then. Oh gosh, I need to load the passengers. Payload. We said 175 passengers. There we go. Fuel we're already using because the engines are running. So there we go. That's that sorted. 58.3. Oh, that's working. Reserves are
Welcome.
2.2. Thanks for all the people subscribing. I'm sorry I'm not interacting with chat. Just playing catch up because if you have just joined in, Explain 12 crashed, so I'm having to do everything again very quickly. Top of climb wind is in 283 at 7. Top of climb ice is 13 degrees. Execute. Full 22k. Takeoff.
Release parking brake.
Yes, madam. Flap 5 CG's in 18.9. 6.25 units is now being set. Powerback sounds good. Yeah, but if it crashes again. This auto-tune feature seems to be a bit of a pain though, because I think it's obviously tuned up the frequency for the pushback, which is obviously throwing me off that sim. And that shouldn't go over to Mac. 145 knots. So I think everything is all good in the FMC. Overhead panel I think is all good. Anti-coils on 250. Flight directors popping on. We just need to get our departure clearance and request push and start. Just set something like 6,100. Auto brake to RTO. We'll reset that. Legs for Jim. And turn up the panel lighting. And oh, it's doing now. It's doing the upside down thing. Goddamn sim. Right. What was the Q&H? 1016. 1016. Perfect. Right, I think we're pretty much where we were. What have we got there? We had 220 knots for that initial turn. Right, okay. Let's now try and grab a clearance. 124.3. And we'll request push to start as well. It's got to do, guys, it's got to do with the changing the frequency. As soon as I changed the frequency and pressed the button, it crashed. It's got to do with the X-Plane's pushback and changing the frequency. Because it's exactly what happened last time it crashed. That's 2 crashes in 10 minutes. But I at least know what the cause is. Alright, so if you're using the default pushback and then you change the frequency, because obviously the tug changed the frequency, click the button, it crashed as soon as I pressed the radio tuning button and switched the frequency. We've just wasted 40 minutes. Third time's the charm. Stupid sim. Oh, I don't think I've ever had 2 crashes in one stream before. Oh, it's just a pain in the ass. X-Plane is really frustrating at the moment. And I mean this truthfully, I wish I'd never uninstalled X-Plane 11. Third time lucky or PMDG. No. I honestly wish I'd never installed X-Plane 11. Just don't like X-Plane 12 at the moment. I mean, I'm sorry to say that, guys. It's just X-Plane 11 with all the plugins and Active Sky was better. Right. Third time's a job. At least the good news is I know what's causing it. So we're not pushing back. Ah! Alright, third time. Las Americas, Papa 8. At least you guys will be very proficient in setting up this particular sector. I might as well have engines not running. It makes... yeah, well, let's do that. Right, third time's a charm. Turn off the... Right, yeah, turn off the auto-tune. Let me do that then. What a stupid feature. Yeah, so it's my... Maybe it's X-Pilot then. How do I disable auto-tune? Yeah, better pushback Nate Ford. Better pushback crashes the sim, so I have to uninstall better pushback for the ZIBO mod because that causes a crash. Now the default pushback is causing a crash because it's changing over, messing around with the frequencies. Yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, at least it loads in pretty quickly. Right, how do I disable this auto-tune? Yeah, I'm gonna power back. Oh, now the aircraft's completely cold and dark. I've just wasted 45 minutes. Right. GPU connect. Right, I'm gonna do... When I was an SFI, you learned to do a very quick setup, which is basically on the overhead panel, just quickly whack everything in place, like disregarding all the correct procedures and flows. It's just like a quick way of getting it all configured ready. Steady, so that's pretty much all good apart from the APU, it needs starting. Let's do a speedrun setup. I don't know if you want to disable autotune with your singing voice. Yeah, how do I disable autotune? Well, I'm going to do a power back. I'm not risking it again. Because if I look, just to show you, if I select better pushback, look, I do this, it does this weird view at the side, not at the top, and if I push any of these buttons, it crashes the sim straight away. So we're not using better pushback. It's completely broken for me. Top right, drop down menu, select headset. What on earth is that? Auto-tune, top right, drop down menu, select headset. Is it right? Is it staring me in the face? Top right. Not top left. Oh, here. Ah. Pushback failure. Is it that button? No. Non-ATC. Other aircraft. Transmission log. Nearby frequencies. Flight plan. Turn on the spot, maybe enough room. I can't even turn around. I press headset, press that. Oh, is there another headset? No, I press the headset. Stupid sim. Ah! Oh! Auto-tune's off.
50, 40, 30.
It's already
20,
off, guys. Auto-tune
10.
recommended frequencies. Oh, stupid simulator. Thanks, Daniel Keane. Thanks a lot for the €5.
Get a coffee, you will need it with this sim tongue.
I think so. Right, it's already off. Or is that meant to be ticked? Normally you have to tune your COM 1 order. When this is checked though, X-Play will automatically tune it. But it's off, guys, so we're going to power back. And then next stream, because I want to fly the Philly 747, we're going to be on a remote stand. Right, that's all done. That's done. Fuel is on. We might have burnt a little bit from when we had the engines running a second ago. Let's do this. Coffee or a stiff one, yeah? Put a swig of whiskey in it. Yes, we closed Toby Eye Tracker. Toby Eye Tracker's off. I'm not even using it. Daniel Keane, yeah, thanks for the €5. Yeah, I'll put a swig of whiskey in. Right. Third time putting the routing in. And FMC 737. Mike Delta Sierra Delta. I am seriously considering reinstalling X-Plane 11. And the thing is, all the devs are now going towards X-Plane 12. And to be fair, this is the first time I've had a crash in this sim was today, apart from using when I'm doing the replays, which is okay. And then I've had 2 today. I think there's pushback issues in the mod. But yeah, I don't know what's causing it. Well, we do know what's causing it. It's something to do with the pushback and the ATC and radio tuning. So we're going to do a power back off stand. Illegal, but well, I've got no choice unless I want to crash again. If we get a third crash, guys, we're going straight to the next flight. I'm sorry, but I just don't have the time. Right, departures. Runway 35. It's going to be a Mela to Lima. And I did the test sector, and I used the default pushback. But the thing was, I wasn't on VPilot. I wasn't logged on VATSIM, so I wouldn't have known that was going to crash. Departures routing from Mela, Golf 633, Maz, Route 12, to Josh. From Josh, it's the Josh 3. We'll go from runway 10. We're not putting the transitions in, are we? It's all looking good then. Route, activate, execute. Just do a quick cross error check actually. Ground A. Distance 0. Why is that showing 0? You should be able to see the distance information here. Don't know why it's showing 0. Don't have to wait for RS alignment. Anyway, performance 0 fuel weights. Oh yeah, I need to update that as well. Payload 175 passengers. Here they come. Simply Bob said VNAV. Advise disable Toby Hub plugin. This is causing better pushback crash. Oh really? Okay, well let me disable the plugin then. So we're disabling better pushback because that does cause crashes. Toby Game Hub plugin. Okay. Thanks for the heads up on that. I've been using the Toby eye tracking, not causing any problems, but it's disabled for now because I wasn't actually using it. Reserves 2.2. Cost index is 30. Cruising at 25,000 feet. I know you guys have seen this all already. Twice. Hit third time. Lucky. Top climb wind 283 at 7. Top climb ISA is 13. Hey, at least it's not like Concorde or the 747-200, which take ages to set up. At least this aircraft I can just set up. You know, I just know what I'm doing. Well, I pretend to know what I'm doing. Hey, why are those speeds so low? Oh yeah, I didn't update that. That's why. Now what? You should be able to update those. That's a bug. Even though you have the other ones, you should be able to line select key the others. Oh no, what's it doing? Oh, it's doing its own thing there. Right, V2 145. 145. I think everyone that has started the flight with me is probably already in San Juan by now. Right, as I said, overhead pedals good. Start. Flight directors are on. Auto brake to RTO. Reset. VORs are all tuned. Routing's in. 220 knots for that initial turn. Okay, right. Let's get the clearance. Third time trying. Helps me connect to the network first. There's no one left. I'm just connected to VATSIM. There's like one aircraft left. There were like 10 at the start of the stream. I think Center might have even gone offline. Oh no. He's here. Trim, flaps, marbles and wings. You're about to land in San Juan, said Craig. Oh, great. Right, better pushback works. I've decided. No, I'm not. Guys, not anymore. I've tried twice. Better pushback's causing crashes for me. No, this as well. QNH 1016. Alright. Super zoomed in there, just setting the MFRA. So, guys, if I've missed anything, let me know in chat, because this is the third time I've done the setup now. Right, let's try and get clearance. Santo Domingo, very good afternoon. It's Alpaca 1 Juliet. Uniform information Alpha 1016, and departure clearance to San Juan, please.
Alpaca 1 Juliet, uniforms being on load sign, waiting for you, sir. You're cleared to the San Juan International Airport. Get the Mala Sulima departure. Runway 35, initial climb 5000, squawk 4116.
Clear to San Juan on the Mela 2 Lima departure, runway 35, climb 5,000 feet, squawk 4116, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform.
Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, your readback is correct. Advise when ready for push. Flight runway 35, the QNH 1016.
I'll call ready for push, QNH 1016, runway 35 for departure, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. So 4116. Perfect.
5,000 feet,
So, we're going to request engine start on stands, and then we're going to power back. Just because, it's just every time I try and push back today, it's crashed. Change cost from 30 to 90 on a flight like this, Andrew, is going to probably save a minute max. Let's disconnect the GPU. I won't run the checklist again, guys. We had it all correctly configured. You'll just have to trust me, and we'll just do the below the line. We'll start engine starts and request engine start on stand. Santo Domingo, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. Request engine start on stand, and then we'll request push in about 3 or 4 minutes. Start approved, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. So again, this is just a bit non-standard, guys. It's just because multiple sim crashes today caused by pushback issues. We're going to start on stand power back in the NG. Not to be done in real life, may I not recommend this, but so be it. Below the line.
Before start checklist below the line. Air conditioning packs.
Off.
Anti-collision light.
On.
Parking brake.
Set.
Transponder.
Out of.
Before start checklist complete.
Right, starting engine number 2. I think we've done everything. That was a high-speed setup. Wasn't bad, was it? It was about 10 minutes max. Oh, I just realised Fly Live's not up. It's 25% and 1 oil pressure. Fuel's coming in. Thanks for subscribing there, Aaron Denson. Welcome aboard, buddy. Yeah, I should have some basic flight information now appearing on the top of the display. Suck out on change number 2. 2463. 2 is stable. Starting engine number 1. Rain's wicked. Blurry, could you showcase the heavy rain effects of the windshield using live weather today? I don't want to start messing around with any more settings in this sim.
Alpaca 2 Foxtrot Golf, passing 4,000 feet.
Head 2. Oil pressure, head 1.
Climb, maintain 15,000, Alpaca 2 Foxtrot Golf. SDF 2 to Golf, climb and maintain flight level 250.
Climb, maintain flight 250,
There we go. Clouds have improved in the sim. Psych out, launching number 1, 2, 4, 6, 3, 1. Stable. Who would like to power back? Shame we're not in the 200 or the classic. Right. Let's do it.
Domingo Center, this is November 7, Charlie Sierra. We are really getting Santo Domingo, so we request a part to San Juan.
Let's stop raining now. And here comes Austin's vegan food, about to smash right through the aircraft again.
Tango Juliet in the Gulf Airport via the Mela 2 Lima departure, then flight run route, initial climb 5,000, expect flight level 250.
Great, wonderful.
4117.
Unbelievable. I think that's basically sums up this sim at the moment.
Your readback is correct. Advise when ready for taxi. Expect runway 35 on American QNH 1016.
Okay, we are actually ready to taxi for San Juan.
Quite a good driver in the UK. He's going out with a pushback. Yeah, he's going to push me. Go away, Tug. You're going to crash me.
Holding point hotel via Delta and Juliet for San Juan.
Alpaca 2 Foxtrot Golf, climb maintain flight level 250. Climb maintain flight level 250, Alpaca 2 Foxtrot Golf.
Alpaca 1 Juliet, uniform stand, Papa 8 request, push.
Papa 1 Juliet uniform, push approved. Now facing south, advise when ready for taxi.
Push approved facing south, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. What he doesn't know is that I'm going to do it using reverse thrust. Oh, that's nice and loud. Right, all clear around us. Let's release parking brake. And first ever time, we've got a yoke cam with reverse push off stand, so selecting reverses. Oh yes, superb. Only max reverse available. Oh yeah. Oh, it was nice knowing you. Whoa, he's brave. Oh dear. Right, let's do a little bit of a handbrake turn. Why not pushback? It's completely broken. But this is far more fun. I need to do this more often. Oh, you just can't teach that. Don't brake too quickly. No, I'm not going to touch the brakes at all. There we are. Pushback complete. Right, parking brake set before taxi checklist. Oh, brilliant. Generators on, APU off, start switches continuous, pro beats on, anti-ice off, air conditioning, packs on, ice station valve on, APU bleed off is set, flaps to 5, flight controls, full forward, full back, and left and right. Here comes the rudders, full right and full left. We can now blank the lower DU and we'll push recall and we can now complete the before taxi checklist.
Before taxi checklist, generators
On.
APU
Off.
start switches,
Continuous.
ProPeat
On.
anti-ice,
Off.
air conditioning,
PX auto. Bleeds on.
isolation valve,
Auto.
flaps,
Flips.
Hope your cheek pilot wasn't working. Cheeky people
stab
cross.
trim,
Not again.
Oh no, yeah, stab trim. Well, that's because we reloaded this sim about 14 times.
start levers,
Idle detent.
flight controls,
Checked.
recall,
Checked.
before taxi checklist complete.
Excellent. Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, request taxi.
Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, runway 35, back to holding point hotel via Delta and Juliet.
Taxi holding point hotel for runway 35 via Delta and Juliet, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. So we are going. Oh yeah, because I've reloaded the sim again. I need to get the charts out. I've forgotten what the code is now for this airport. Oh goddamn, Mike Delta Sierra Delta. So we are going to taxi. First left Delta onto Juliet, and then hotel is full length there. Happy days. Right, so parking brake released. Do a config check. And you can see the spawn up time, I always point this out, is a little bit too quick in the mod, but it's a lot better than the PMDG. PMDG spawns up very quickly. It's a little bit too quick here, but it's certainly not bad. Right, fingers crossed, we can now continue the flight with no more crashes, no more technical issues. Thank you all very much for your patience whilst we battled through X-Plane 12. I will hopefully get down to the bottom of that. Like I said, I've used better pushback for other aircraft, no problem whatsoever. Certainly using the default pushback is causing issues with X-Plane and X-Plane 12. As soon as I push the transfer frequency button, it crashed the sim straight away, twice in a row. Anyway, we're on our way now. We've certainly done flights where we've been on the ground for an hour. We've done 3 setups today, though. Unbelievable. Flight crew, just tuned in. Well, you're still at the same stage. Yep, this is the 3rd time we got the sim running since we crashed. Sounds are good though. Brilliant. That's really cool. Today it was super pushback. Yeah, it was a wicked option. Maybe, like I said, I'm going to probably go for some remote stance just to avoid any issues going forward in this sim, because I would like to fly the Felis 7-4. Taxiing this is really nice, and it does just the feeling on the rudder whilst taxiing around. I do prefer over Microsoft Flight Sim. Right. Before takeoff checks for line, please, Jim.
Before takeoff checklist
Andy.
to the line. Config.
Checked.
Flaps.
Flips 5 set. Green light.
Stab trim.
Set.
Takeoff briefing.
So, we've got packs in auto, bleeds on, V-speed set for departure, 38, 38, 45 on the MCP. Isabella to Lima, climbing straight ahead to Costco, and then making a turn inbound to the first RNAV waypoint, climbing to 5,000 feet set on the MCP, NADP2, any problems will climb straight ahead to the MSA, we've got to 3,000 feet, and sell position or get vectors back towards Santo Domingo. So that is reviewed. This, tell them we're...
for departure.
Oh, slight security issue.
Okay, the cabin is secured. Have a good flight.
Excellent, cabin secure.
Reviewed.
Cabin.
Secured.
Before takeoff checklist completed to the line.
Excellent. Oh, what's that little whippersnapper lining up there? What's that? It's like one of those little Italian fighter jets. He's going to be having more fun in that thing today. Anyway, you'll see on the fly, we've got Ortho 4XP for this entire set. It looks really nice. MGS1 auto throttle, yes, at my operator we arm that during the line-up process. I hope Asobo adds proper ground physics in the next sim update. Yeah, this sim is considerably better in takeoff, landing, and taxiing. It feels so much more realistic. How do you turn off autosave in X-Plane 12 ZIBO? It's in the settings. We did check it. Some people thought that could have been the reasons for the crashes was having, but it was already disabled. I know. The issue was, as mentioned, it was the default pushback conflicting with X-Pilot and VATSIM. And this is a gateway airport, guys. The quality of the gateway airports are really nice. Really, really good. Right, ready for departure. Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, approaching Hall Point Hotel, runway 35, ready for departure.
Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, runway 35, line up and wait.
Runway 35, line up and wait, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. Right, clear to line up and wait. So pop those on, strobes, auto throttle, LNAV, weather radar, transponder to TARA, and we can now go below the line.
Before takeoff checklist below the line. MCP.
Set.
Transponder.
TARA.
Strobe lights.
On.
Landing lights.
On.
Before takeoff checklist complete.
Yeah, the default airports in X-Plane 12 are an absolute triumph. They're so good. You can just go anywhere, and all the taxiway markings, you know, as long as it's been updated in the gateway. I think that's it. They look so good, so much better. I think that looks much better than Microsoft Flight Simulator. I mean, personally, anyway. I've shot the sensor line slightly. There we go. I'll fix it on the takeoff roll. Are we all ready to go? Just waiting for the takeoff clearance. Thanks all for your patience. Yes, slowly but surely making our way over. Here's our routing today as well. From Santo Domingo to San Juan, next sector, jumping into PMDG, and we're going to fly onwards to Sint Maarten Princess Juliana. And we're going to go back 5 times a second. Uh-oh, his radio went. Alpaca 1 Juliet, uniform, sorry, the radio message is broken. Say again. Uh-oh. And Santo Domingo sent Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. How do you read? He's gone.
I do read you.
And Santo Domingo sends Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. Uh-oh, I think he's just gone. That is awkward. I'm not going without takeoff clearance. Maybe via text. Hold on. I'll message him. Oh, hold on. I think there could be an issue here. Squawk 7600. ATC's using pushback as well. Oh, he's gone. Guys, he has gone. 1243 is off there. Right, I think he was going to give us a takeoff. Yeah, Sam Heaton, green light from tower. Green light from tower. We're cleared for takeoff. Lights are on. Checklist complete. Let's get airport before we have any more problems. Timing. Stabilised. Set takeoff thrust. There we are. Looking for 93.3. Takeoff thrust set. Indications normal. And again, just on takeoff, back in the ZIBO mod, looking but feels so much better.
80 knots.
Checked, release forward pressure. Runway looks awesome.
V1.
The thrust savers rotates. Pull back through the dead band. A little bit more back pressure required than what I'd expect, but much better than earlier builds. Possibility climb gears coming up. Feels really nice. And the trim is much better in this than PMDG.
400.
LNAV. That's better, X-Plane 12. Come on. Keep it up.
1000.
And bug up. That's annoyingly slow in this, though. I'll do it using the MCP. So on to the flight directors. Flight directors should be commanding a lower altitude than this to accelerate, maybe doing about 1,000 feet per minute. At the moment they're commanding around 2,500 feet, but we are above the white bug. We can select flat 1, trim nose down. And handling's much better now, much better, especially in roll. That's almost perfect. Flaps up. I'm enjoying this, guys. I am. Minus the pushback crashing so far. Everything else, minus that pushback issues, crashing is very good. So vertical speed, 2,000 feet per minute.
118 to 150.
Water throttle's going to manage the speed. We'll accelerate to 220 knots. Wait until Costco, then we'll start the turn. In fact, it sounds like the 80's back down. 124.3. I hope it will clear for takeoff.
Looks like my internet just cut off from second. You're in better contact when able to altitude.
That's copied. Yeah, we tried contacting you, but we're on the Mela to Lima, passing 3,900 for altitude 5,000 feet.
Uniform, thank you, turn right.
1,000 to go.
Right, direct to Mela and climb maintain. Just confirm cleared altitude alpaca 1G8 uniform.
15,000.
15,000 alpaca 1G8 uniform. So a little bit of light turbulence there, but that feels quite nice. Let's set one. Whoops, see 15,000. That's set.
Good day, alpaca 5665.
Next page, direct to Mela.
Tango Juliet, Sierra Juliet.
Executes. LNAV, VNAV. It's handling very nicely.
5665, I don't have any flat line for you, so please make me a favor and resolve your flat line. Okay.
So handling's good. And I'm just using the default curves. I've not changed anything. Tim, who knows a lot more about fiddling with these curves and response curves settings, he's part of the ZIBO mod. He's going to send me hopefully a profile for me to test out and use, but not bad. I like what I'm feeling here so far. Landing flare was better as well in my test sector, so hopefully come then will be much better. Right, that turn's complete, so Command A, and we'll now complete the after takeoff checklist. Lighting's better, but it's still a bit iffy. Gears off, water brakes off, start switches can come off. Retracts can come off. Taxi lights off. Air condition pressurization 3.0, which is where it should be, around this height. Set. Release the crew. QNH 1016 passing 8,000 for altitude 15,000 feet after takeoff. Checklist is complete. Thank you very much, Julian, for the $5.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thank you.
What do you feel is better / more realistic? ZIBO for Explain 11 or PMDG? Love you, man.
Minimums.
Thank you, Julian, for the $5. Very kind of you. tough one. I think PMDG in Microsoft Flight Simulator gives you the overall best simulator experience with regards to visuals, graphics, how everything looks. However, handling-wise, just on the takeoff roll taxi climb out there, something about X-Plane and blade element theory, I can't explain the technicalities behind it, for me feels more realistic. Flying the PMDG shortly, in around an hour's time, I could directly compare the two back to back, because I haven't flown the ZIBO mod for a while. But that takeoff, I'd give it 8.5 out of 10, climb out 9 out of 10, it was really good. But we shall see. I'm going to do a direct comparison of PMDG. The clouds have improved again. They're not as good as Microsoft Flight Simulator clouds, which display also used to be pants. But yeah, outside, that's what it looks like. Got all the ortho installed, which looks very good. I actually prefer the look of ortho at higher altitudes, it's a lot crisper. And you could do this in X-Plane, which I love. Anyway, let's do the pre-cruise checks, 12,000, 15,000. Fuel 4 pumps, lights off. Engines off, pressurisation, 4.5 sets. Now release the belts. Only a little bit bumpy. Recall, jet speed. Zoom level 17, simply Bob. Oh, it's used! Thank you, you've just gifted 5 members of the channel, thank you very much for that. Very kind gesture. Welcome Carl, El Lupa, Juan, Andrew.
Minimums, approaching minimums.
Climb maintain flight level 250, back on 1 Juliet uniform. 250 set. That thing's going to ping off now for the next few minutes.
Minimums.
Welcome guys, very generous of you dudes, thank you. Ismail, on the other hand, you like the X-Plane 12 clouds? Yes. I think it's personal preferences really. They've definitely improved. But I think the Microsoft Flight Sim ones do look quite nice now.
Minimums.
It's certainly better than X-Plane 12. Does ZIBO model worse braking action on wet runways? Emma, yeah, the braking action explains quite good, and it's quite representative of the runway conditions. It used to be quite bad, so when it was wet in X-Plane 11, it used to be extremely slippy sometimes. I think if it was contaminated. I have played around with the settings in X-Plane 12, and they are quite good at replicating braking or braking actions or the braking coefficient based off the level of contamination. Fox, how do you check the temperature? Do you look at the duct temperature or passenger cabin temperature? Because every captain I flew with has a different way of doing it. Well, it's a hard. It is not easy to control the temperature of this aircraft. Generally speaking, yeah, supply duct gives you a rough idea of what, well, it's the temperature of the air coming into the cabin, and if it's above 40, the cabin will start complaining it's too hot. Keeping it between 20 and 35 is reasonable, but usually AUT around that works. Some aircraft it doesn't, some it does. Right, we'll set standard. Yeah, Lauren, yeah, Microsoft Flight Sim clouds were like marshmallows at one point, didn't they? Awesome. Rich, I have a silly question. What would happen if the headwind is equal to the true airspeed? Would aircraft be geostationary? Is it even possible geostationary? Not sure what you're trying to get there, Richard. I mean, the wind doesn't affect your true airspeed. It's the air density. Wind will affect your ground speed, but your true airspeed will... Your indicated airspeed will decrease as you climb as the air gets less dense, but your true airspeed replicated with the speed through the air will increase. So you can see that we're doing 293 knots, true airspeed 394. As there's zero wind, look, there's hardly any difference between ground speed and true airspeed. There is a little bit of wind, about 3 or 4 knots, but the difference is the headwind or tailwind component. Oh, there's mayhem in where are we going after this one? St. Maarten, I can imagine, but that we're not going there first. We'll go to San Juan, we'll load up a load of fuel and then see. I think what they're asking, if the ground speed would be 0, the answer is yes. Probably. Can't quite ask to get the question. Ethan, in a small GA aircraft, it's possible to have a negative ground speed with a strong enough headwind. Absolutely, yeah, go backwards. James said X-Plane 12 is great at the current stage, except crazy turbulence might kill you in the cloud. Yeah, there is excessive turbulence in clouds. I'd agree. And also, yeah, plugins like better pushback or default pushback are, for me personally, are causing issues. They might have a ground stop for St Maarten. Yeah, let me have a look on the VAT scope map for St Maarten. Oh my goodness me! Look how much traffic there is. That is crazy. Look at the VATSIM map at St Maarten. Remember, we're not going there at the moment. You seem to have it all coordinated though. How many arrivals have they got? 49, but you have to backtrack on the runway after landing. Oh dear. That's how's San Juan looking? San Juan's looking reasonable. Oh, is that? Oh my God! Look at the amount of departures in San Juan. For 08. Oh my goodness me! I'm not sure if going to St Maarten's a good idea. Right. We're flying into San Juan. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 aircraft waiting to San Juan and most likely going into St Maarten. Oh my goodness me. Unbelievable. But yeah, now we're up here. All is looking good in the sim. Took some time, but we persevered. And we're well on our way. That's the ortho down below, which I think looks wonderful. There's us, and you can see the ortho down here. Live time, live weather right now. Approaching 250, so vertical speed, 1,000 feet. Yeah, so far the monster. Good job, Port Circle. Oh, now tower's logged off for St Maarten, so approach handles landing and takeoff. MGS1, do you use any SAM plugins with X-Plane 12? I don't think so. Aaron Alexander, watching the streams actually has helped me with my fear of flying. I'm not as anxious anymore. That's great to hear. Yeah, it's quite a natural feeling to be nervous about flying. 1 in 3 people are said to have some sort of, I would say fear, but you know, apprehension going flying, because it is obviously an unusual experience. You're hurtling along the air at high speed in a metal tube, not putting you off here as well, but that is the reality of the situation. But to reassure you, it is incredibly safe. Turbulence happens, the aircraft bumps around. What you experience as a passenger, turbulence-wise, is nowhere near what the aircraft's actually capable of dealing with. And even in the most severe situations, turbulence-wise, the aircraft should be fine. And in all cases, we avoid that sort of weather anyway, especially us guys in Europe. Yeah, I hope you get to go flying soon. You'll be absolutely fine, buddy. Lee Richards not helping. Many people are afraid after flying with Fly next to him. I'd be. Right, anyway. There's top of climb. Not long till top of descent idle at 75 miles. Let's start setting up for the approach into Puerto Rico. Let's get rid of these charts. So, first things first, let's have a look at the descent winds. Now, if the descent winds are quite light, which I think they are today. Yeah, look at these descent winds. 2848, 057 you could probably get away with putting no winds in. I will do just because, you know, out of habit, but with the wind so light it'll make very little difference
minimums.
to your profile, your VNAV idle path profile. But we'll put them in 284 at 8, 10,000 088 at 7, and the it's a US United States, isn't it? So we need to go to inches of mercury. Inches of mercury in San Juan is 27 degrees 3004. So 3004. Execute. So we'll preset that here. And the mod takes this into account. One of the things the PMDG doesn't do, I don't know why, when you change the QNH here, it doesn't affect your VNAV profile at all. So when you set QNH to VNAV profile jumps, which it shouldn't do, the mod is using a proper VNAV profile, which is good. Cat, can you hand fly all the way down? Oh, don't tempt it. I could do, no doubt everyone's going to go, oh, do it now. We'll see. Let's see how much of a setup I can get done. But yes, if you really want me to, I could do. What's your next model upgrade to your setup? I might get a new joystick. The Airbus joystick I've got from Thrustmaster, the throttle on it is completely broken, so when I'm just using the joystick, the speed's all over the place, so I might get another one there. Right, winds are in. I think looking at the amount of departures from runway 08, we're going to get runway 10 today. So let's put the code in, which is San Juan, Tango Juliet, Sierra Juliet. The arrival will be a Josh 3. Approach is ILS 10. We'll grab the airport charts and also the parking gates. So fixed rings will pop in from runway 10. 10. 4.
Welcome.
And we're cruising at 25,000 feet, so around 75 miles. Price stop descent. That's where the ring will go. Let's check the routing. So we're going to go from Mela to Josh. Oh no, we're not going to go from Mela to Zadav. Then Josh. Hey. Mela, Zadav, Maz, Josh. How come this is a straight line from Mela to Josh? 85 miles, 85.7. I'll just do that. Just take the points out of it. It might have been to do with the airway we selected. So Mela, Josh, Josh to Zugod, from Zugod to Tenor, and that's on the extended sense line. GPS on, radar and RNAV required. Holding is over Josh, and landing east 06 up to Tenor. There we are. So happy with the arrival. Thanks for subscribing there, Aaron Dub07 and Ben Norton. Hope you're doing well. Bring extra fuel, Captain. Yes, for the next sector, I think an hour's worth of fuel. We've got 30 minutes of fuel for this sector. ILS then 1097. That's active. Box 1. Box 2. Course is a 101. 101.
Welcome.
Thank you for all these lovely new subscribers. Welcome to the channel. 1,500 feet is the platform altitude at Remzi. There it is, Remzi. Minimums are 260 feet, which is 250. Half a statute mile, United States. What's that in meters? Half a statute mile, 600-700 meters? Don't know, can't convert that off the top of my head. I need meters. 260 is the minimums. We've got at least that. We've got 999. 118150. Thank you very much for the ATC this evening. Alpaca 128 uniform. Bye.
Just take as much fuel as you can in San Juan.
Thank you. Alright.
And maintain flight 150. 170 on the heading, and we'll maintain 15,000 American Limited
260 feet set. We've got a VOR here, 14.0. Put that on standby. Oh god, that made me jump! Ah! Anonymous bought a Desmat. I think that might have been you, 2 tons. Thank you very much if you did, or maybe it's the giveaway I did. That really made me jump. Thank you. If that was you, 2 tons, thank you. If it wasn't, thank you whoever that was. Buying the official Alpaca Airways desk mat. Amazing. God, that was loud. Let's turn that down. So ILS will go straight in towards Tenor. Tenor to Remzi, down to 1500, then Zapsu. We've got Remzi. It skipped Zapsu there, but down to the runway. I don't think there's DME on this one. No, it's 1097. There's no DME on this. Oh, there might be actually. Or 1.5 DME at India Charlie Lima Alpha. We'll have to base it off that. Right, I better check in here with ATC. San Juan, very good afternoon. It's Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. Maintaining flight level 250 inbound to Josh.
Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, San Juan Center, good afternoon. Descent pilot discretion, cross Joshi at maintain 7,000, San Juan altimeter 3004.
Cleared on, continue towards Josh, and we're ready to send 7,000 feet, level Josh, altimeter 3004, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. So Josh, 7,000 or above. 9,000. What I'll do, I'll put it at 7,000, and then he's happy at least. And put us a couple thousand feet below profile, but at least it's set there. So 7,000, 7,000.
VPN 457, San Juan Center, welcome back.
VNAV will descend us for us, and we'll preset 3004, which is now set. So that's it. We're happy with the ALS approach. Frequency courses minimums are set. If we have to go around and push toga once, we'll go around. Flat 15, set ground thrust. Pos ready to climb gear up 400 feet LNAV. We'll climb straight ahead to 1900 feet. Once we're at 1900 feet, a left turn to 3000 feet, heading 300. Then we'll intercept the 004 outbound to DD, and then as directed by ATC. The initial stop altitude.
Good afternoon, climb maintain level 240.
We'll go to 3000 feet. So MSA no issues, apart from the south look 5400. So if we lose situation awareness, we'll make sure we head to the north, where there's no terrain. Cool. Landing then, runway 10. Expecting 2,443 meters.
We can't turn 170.
We've got Hotel 5.
On the other center.
Then Hotel 6 on the left. It's not the longest runway, it's not super short either. Let's have a look at the performance. Fuel, we needed 2.2 to divert to Tango Juliet Papa Sierra. We've got 3.4, so we've got at least 30 minutes extra fuel. 700 kilos to burn. It's going to be 61.7.
50,
thank you.
40,
thank you very much.
30, 20, 10.
Uh-oh, sorry, problems. Thank you, Mark. Very generous of you.
Hey mate. Happy Christmas, New Year, and COVID recovery. Always love your streams. Keep up the great work in 2023.
Appreciate it, Michael. Thank you very much for the $15 for coming into this stream this evening, or this morning, I should say, for you. Hope you're doing well. Feeling much better. I've still got a bit of symptoms, but nothing that's stopping me from doing my day-to-day business. And great to be back streaming. It's been over 2 weeks. So thank you very much, Michael. Hope you're doing very well. And thanks for your generosity there, sir. Right. Let's look at this performance then. So, Tango Juliet Sierra Juliet. Broken, it's 27 degrees. Hey?
November 7 Charlie Sierra.
10. Surface wind is 08010. QNH 3004, that's 1017.
November 7 Charlie Sierra, discretion maintain.
Flat 30 we'll try reverse credit. Well, it's dry, isn't it? Landing weight was 61.7.
Good afternoon, Kitty Express 001, flight level 380.
So flat 30 order break 3, this is unfactored, 1800 metres. That should stop us just at Hotel 5 there, take the brakes out, if not Hotel 6. Flat 30 order break 3. Or you second descent reverse. Left at Hotel 5, Hotel 6, in via Lima. Or Papa, and then, or Mike, sorry, and then on stand. Wish me luck, taxi. I think we covered everything there. Perfect. What does everyone use to calculate D-rated takeoff? Good question. I think there's quite a few calculators out there. Why are we not VNAVing? Did I know? It's my fault. I never selected VNAV. A bit high on profile. Oops, top of the set in chat, but it's gone retard and VNAV speed. That is correct. And I can use the extremely effective ZIBO MOD speed brake to get back onto profile. Hotel 5 exit if you're feeling brave. You'll see. Flat 40 probably. When you miss top of descent, whoops. So yeah, we're only 2,500 feet high. Let's get it established in VNAV speed and see what our rate of descent's doing. At 290 knots, we should be doing about 2,500 feet per minute. This is why I like the mod. I think the drag model's quite nice. Once you get stabilised, the rate of descent seems about right for the profile. Shouldn't anti-ice be on now? No, only if we're in visible moisture, which we're not. We're not in any cloud at the moment. Someone in ER. Good. So now we're established, you can see the profile's not escaping. So if I go level change, we'll just bug 300 knots. And in real life, 300 knots speed brake, you probably do 3,500 feet per minute. Deploying a speed brake in the ZIBO mod now is like deploying a drogue parachute. It's extremely effective, as I'll now demonstrate. So here we are, 300 knots. I'll pull the speed brake out, and immediately you can see the speed is already dropping off. And watch the rate of descent. Oh, wee! It's nowhere near as effective as this. We're able to do 6,000 feet per minute and maintain the speed. Actually, it's not actually too bad. I think it might have been adjusted slightly. It used to be a lot more effective. Actually, you know what? It's not too far off. I take it back. I take it back. but it is very sensitive to the speed changes. But it shouldn't be going down as quick as that.
San Juan Center, November 430, countdown to level is 15,000.
Anyway, going back up to profile very quickly. Whee!
November 430.
Sim's looking really good.
Roger, descend.
Right, going back onto profile, so we can select VNav.
80.
And as soon as the speed's back, set the 3004 here, we'll stay the speed break.
You were talking to me, November 430, hold down Delta.
Travel play repeat. So I got COVID 3 times when I started to fly. Glad you got recovered. See, I've only had it once. Don't want it again. Well, I'm happy to have some natural immunity now. Welcome Speedbird Sim Deck. Hope you're doing well. Alright, back up profile now. Reselect to VNav. Ooh, VNav. Why not? Why not VNav? That is a bug, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just deselect level change. VNav. Nah, it's bugged, guys. It won't accept VNav. There is no reason why VNav should not be accepted now. There's a bug. Even if I go to control wheel steering, deselect to pitch mode, select VNav, it goes to level change. Nah, that's broken, guys. Yeah. That's not right. It's just going, yeah, broken. VNav broken. That's okay. What we'll do, we'll parallel it and level change of vertical speed. It's like the plane's telling me to hand fly it down. You guys. In chat, do you want me to... well, if I do a poll, I know what's going to happen. Would you like me to disconnect and hand fly from now on? I tried to sample the autopilot, I'll try. No, still not taking it. Of course, yes, obviously. Damn you lot. Damn you lot. Right, let me just get X-Pilot up so I can just see the next frequencies. I get the approach at least on standby. I hate you all. I hate you all. And my controls. I'm leaving the flight directors on for a short while though. Right, my controls. I need to keep standing anyway. It's all in trim now, and in the real aircraft, when it's in some calm air like this and in trim, it's like this. You can let go and it'll hold its attitude beautifully. Was that for me? My work clothes are gonna triple at least. Seatbelts on. I think I've left them on the whole flight anyway. There we go. Dominican Republic, you said no. I can't even take my eyes off it.
Uniform contact approach 119.4 today.
119.4, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, bye. So I've got the flight directors on these, that is cheesy. These clouds are still kind of meh, yeah, they're okay.
15 American 1481, thank you.
San Juan approach, very good afternoon. So Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, sending 7,000 feet on 3004 inbound to Josh.
I got 1 Juliet uniform, and 1 respect the ILS wants to approach, depart Joshi, direct San Juan VOR.
After Joshi, direct San Juan VOR, back at 1 Juliet uniform. Damn it. So, what's the VOR? SJU?
Condor 2130, baby, are you on the glide slope?
Okay, so he's going to do that initially. Execute.
2130, right.
Ah!
Delta 186 launching short 08, ready for departure.
Right, so that's going to... what I'm going to do now is just stay on here. Start slowing down to 250 knots. Flight director is approved. Thank you. I'm sort of looking through them a little bit here. Doing the post-cruise checks, I'm just going to put the retracts on. I don't usually put those on at this stage. Pressurization is set, bank angle 25 degrees. Recall. Checks complete. Turn the music off. Let's get the speed back to 250.
Normal speed 1823.
There's 250 knots. Still at idle thrust. Just going to use a bit of speed brake here, just because I want to try and make that God, you can really see the rate of descent increase there. Just want to try and make that restriction, but it's also having a big impact on pitch. I'm really having to pitch up now to maintain the speed. Minus the clouds and that sort of shimmery effect though, the ortho does look very good. Like if you look down there out the window at Jim's side, like the scenery does look really good. I think the clouds do look a bit meh. But the actual ortho looks fantastic.
November 100 Delta Lima, red contact, maintain 1,000, you're clear to Escalada.
Escalada 10, 10 south, Challenger 100 up.
So I've gone very quiet now. Engines off approach. No Stratocast. But it's hand fly. I'm just going to make some large inputs and roll. That roll rate is good. That is very good. Rudders, and this is something that the PMDG is crap at. Like if I go full right rudder, that roll rate you see is very realistic. That was what would happen if you went full rudder. The aircraft would roll out just from the level DSIM. The PMDG not very good in that respect, which is why one of the reasons I really like this sim. Like the aerodynamics feel a lot better. To do that, the PMDG it rolls a little bit, but not as much as it should. So here's Josh coming up at 7,000 feet. So we made the restriction, and then we're now going to route direct to the VOR. That's quiet. See, look, proper airplane. None of his Airbus business.
1823.
And he thrust to maintain speeds. And we're now going direct to the VOR. Flight director commands are really good, really smooth. Minus the crashes, guys. This is very good. X-Plane 12. It's just those crashes at the start. It's just frustrating.
Victor 772.
We need to descend soon, but we're inbound to the VOR, ignoring the routing.
110 and intercepting runway 10 local.
Be quiet, you love Airbus. I've flown one for ages.
Thank you.
Good evening, approach November 7 Charlie Sierra with
Need
you.
to slow down now as well because the glide steps coming live. So I'm going to bring the speed back. We're not on any speed control. So if you want to slow down in 737, just go idle. It's a very clean aeroplane. So if you go idle and level, look how slow it is to decelerate. So that deceleration here is pretty good. I'd say it's a little bit slippier in real life, but it's not far off. But look, I'm completely idle, and that's how slow it is to slow down. Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, request descent.
Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, maintain 7,000, depart San Juan BOR, heading 330.
After the VOR, heading 330, maintain 7,000 feet, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. So obviously this is a delayed approach now, because we're going to go right over the airport. He now wants me, I'm just going to maintain 220 knots now, there's no point going fast if we're going to go over the airport. So 220, heading 330, once we're overhead the VOR. Great. You guys pressure me to hand fly the approach, and we're now getting delayed vectors. I've bugged that heading, because that's the heading he wants us to fly after the VOR. We don't need engine anti-ice on, it's 19 degrees. Beluga on PC, hope you're feeling better, Captain. Feeling much better, thank you. So 7,000 feet, altitude's about 4 degrees, and about 65% of this altitude, maintain 220 knots. I'd say that's pretty close, pitch and power to the real aircraft. The mod, I'm going to be blunt with you, like this, handles and flies better than the PMDG. It feels better. You know, you could argue I'm biased, I've been providing feedback to the team at ZIBO, but you all know how much I love the PMDG. This just feels better than flying. Yeah, I don't hand fly around at 7,000 feet, 220 knots much in real life, but certainly from the level DSIM, and when I did, you know, circuit training, this is spot on. And the mod is still requires a lot of work, and just in the cloud here, just getting some light turbines, they've definitely fixed this in X-Plane. The turbines is much improved in cloud, much improved.
Descend and maintain on.
Anyway, we're obviously not going in on the approach because we're going direct to the VR. It must be very busy here.
Papa 1 Juliet uniform, turn left heading 360.
Left heading 360 degrees, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. So 360. Heading select. And I've got the flight directors on, which is helping a
Yankee
lot.
Victor 772, maintain 180 knots or greater on the RMC.
So I have to add a little bit of back pressure during the turn because the nose wants to drop. So the inputs I'm making are quite instinctive to what I'd expect on the real aircraft. I'm having to make the same inputs. The aircraft is reacting as expected. Really, really nice to see, guys. Really nice. Thanks, Jim Packer. I've just seen you gifted a membership that won't ping up alerts are muted in Yoke Cam. Well done to Fazian Nazir, who's joined as a member.
Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, descend maintain 4,000.
So maintain 4,000 feet. Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. So 4,000 feet is set. Level change. We'll go to idle. The flight directors will now pitch to maintain 220 knots. If the autothrottle is engaged, it would go retard and arm. And yeah, really good.
2130, runway 10 vacated.
Oh, it's making me feel much better about the sim now. So I wasn't enjoying it at the start with all the crashes. Now, X-Plane's back. Mega.
Under 2330, contact ground point 9, good night.
Flying into the rain as well.
What's the frequency?
You see this little bit of light turbulence? It's a little bit exaggerated. If it's cumulus, you get this sort of top turbulence we're getting now. I see these sort of like changes here. And I love these sort of very smooth changes in speed that you're getting with the wind changes. Like it's nice and smooth. Get rid of the approach. I'm just going to route direct to Tenor. Execute. Not going to use out of it. So just getting delayed vectors now.
Pitch 211, runway 8, clear for takeoff.
Sims looking. Oh, see that aircraft below? Did you see that, guys?
Clear for takeoff.
That's amazing. I have to. You got to admit that looks really good.
56, 77, heavy, runway 8,
excellent.
01, line up and wait.
Underway, runway 8, American 56, 77, heavy.
But you see how we're going into the rain and sort of a bit of cumulus cloud. There's just very subtle changes in the speed. The trend vector changes and smooth. Whereas in Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's very up and down and jumpy. But yeah, once we've done the next sector of the PMDG, we'll just do a direct comparison. So I'll try and do some sort of CDA. So we'll just go vertical speed, 500 feet per minute, pitch up. We'll need to add a bit of thrust here to maintain 220 knots.
Clear direct Kuto 3000, get into the ILS runway 10. I'm going to go. Thank you.
Baga 2 Foxtrot Gold, reduce speed to 180.
Reducing speed.
Rain is excellent. I'm liking these little turbulences. They've definitely improved that. It was rubbish before. Now it's much better. Much better.
Approach, cabin 609, with you descending down at 150.
So we've got 3.6 tons of fuel.
Plan 621 heavies, I want to protect the ILS once you approach.
It's very busy out here.
Set up ILS once you approach.
Flight director is excellent. Just a little bit more thrust there. But it, you know, set 500 feet per minute, it's commanding 500 feet per minute. Flight director is really good.
Yeah, so once you approach, what's your 2 off?
Baga 1 Juliet uniform, turn left heading 280, descend and maintain 3000.
Left heading 280 degrees, send 3000, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. So 25 degrees, 280. This is where I could do a Jim, and this is where it's very hand-hard. Fly and update the MCP. 280 and 3000 feet. Right.
Delta 1833 left 1able, contact ground 1 to 1.9er.
This is excellent, guys. Really, really good.
American 5677, runway 8 at 01, cliff take.
Runway 8, cliff take off, American 5677 heavy.
KLM 194 Echo, correction, KLM
194, whoops.
Runway 8, line up and wait.
KLM 1945, line up and wait.
Turkish 211,
Look at the lighting.
Flight level 5000.
Flight level 5,000. Impressive.
10,000, clear direct jet.
Update the FMS again. Still heading away from the airport. I think they're just going to try and slot us in somewhere. Yeah. This is good. You know, I did my test sector and I didn't really do much hand flying, just general handling. I already noticed improvements in the mod flight model. Having just hand flown now for the last 10 minutes. The inputs I'm making thrust-wise, speed-wise, attitude-wise are spot on. It's really not far off the real thing as well. And just when we're getting into cloud now, they've certainly improved the winds. Like the winds are now a lot more realistic. They're not constantly changing the variable, the angle, the speeds. It's much more as it should be. It's great to see. Great to see. Really promising, guys. Anyway, now we're still 27 miles away. Left 190 degrees, descent 2,200, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform.
190, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform.
Sorry, I stepped on there. You there? Say again.
Descent maintain 3,000, turn left heading 190.
Descent maintain 3,000, heading 190, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. So it's 3,000, 190.
1,000 ago.
Checked. Whoa, yeah. This is me flying. Execute now. We're sort of heading in roughly the right direction. Speed's a little bit high. Again, the 7370 high on speed, just close the thrust levers. Close the thrust levers. It's so slow to slow down. So we're going to be so much for the CDO. There's nothing I could do there. I've been doing 500 feet per minute for the last 5-6 minutes. Now the rain effects on the windscreen, not sort of those streaky lines. I'm not a fan of. Used to be awesome in X-Pen 11 before Vulcan. Now we are 3,000 feet level, so this should be about attitude about 4 or 5 degrees, about 55% to maintain 220 knots, and it's pretty much spot on. Look, it's flying beautifully, the mod, really nicely. Guys, chat, this is very much me lacking here. There. Rochelle, from videos I've seen, the airspeed does tend to move erratically, so smooth and consistent. Was that weather related? Now, if you're in 35-40 knot gusting winds, the speed can be up and down on final approach here, but usually up here the wind's quite consistent with only small changes. I'm about to go for the localizer here. See what happens next. Look at the ortho. Look at the scenery. I think that in many ways looks just as good as Microsoft Flight Simulator.
1 Juliet uniform, reduce speed to 180 or less.
180 or less, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. So go idle.
Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, reduce speed to 170.
170 knots, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. So you can see as I reduce thrust, look at the nose wanting to come down. That's very realistic. That's the thrust pitch couple. Speed check flap 1. And this is where I can use the lovely flap 2. Flap 2. Flap 2 is going to give me 176. That'll do. Otherwise, going flap 5, more drag. There's the balloon. There was the ballooning from the flaps as well. So as they extended the flaps, the aircraft wanted to balloon up. It should be about the same thrust setting, and same attitude, about 5 degrees, 55%. Might need a little bit more thrust here in the mod though. No, actually, you know what? I think it's about bang on. It's uncanny. Very good. 9.5 out of 10, guys, really, for handling here. In comparison to the real thing for in a desktop sim. Can't get much better than this.
135.7.
I don't like being at 3,000 feet going in this direction though. What was the MSA in this sector? I'm under radar control. MSA was 5,400 feet. Lovely.
Golf Romeo Foxtrot 5.
Terrain noted. I wouldn't really be happy in IMC being vectored at 3,000 feet. The MSA is this high. We're going to hit a mountain on this heading in about 3 minutes.
Golf Romeo Foxtrot 5 Echo Victor, the airport at your 11 o'clock, 10 to 11 o'clock, 1 2
It's
miles.
nice knowing you all. Better recap the trade escape. Trade escape, disconnect autopilot, disconnect autothrottle, firewall the thrust levers, simultaneously roll wings level, pitch up 20 degrees, stow speed brake. If trade's still a threat, pitch up to PLIs. There you go, trade escape maneuver, memorised.
1 Juliet, uniform flighting 07080, intercept runway 10 localizer.
Heading 080 degrees on that heading, cleared instant localizer runway 10, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform.
2 Foxtrot Golf, descend maintain 2000, you are...
So really having to pitch back during the turn, which is realistic. What's that heading? 080.
Descend and maintain altitude 2000 feet and clear to IS-10 approach at Paka 2 Foxtrot.
Straight terrain.
November 7 Charlie Sierra, runway 9, clear to land.
This has been an absolute pleasure hand flying though.
Runway 9 for 7 Charlie Sierra.
Look at this, looks great.
Turkish 211, contact center 135.7.
25.
Perfect, that's accurate. Radio altimeter picks up terrain below 2,500, you get 2,500. Don't like that sun on my PFD though, that's very annoying.
After heading 05, Zulu Griffin 5, Echo Victor.
Turkish 211,
Speed's a little bit high, should be doing 170.
Land 1945, radar contact, say altitude.
Altitude
Alright, so we'll
currently
update again.
5,000 feet, Canada 945.
Line 1945, Roger, climb maintain 1,000, you're cleared, direct
Good.
jets.
Well, I was hoping to be airborne on the second sector by now. It could be a late night, guys, but I'm having fun. As long as you guys are having fun enjoying it, that's what I like to hear. If you are enjoying the stream, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button. Appreciate it, helps the channel a lot. MDS, do you need to keep in head some numbers for thrust pitch couple, or you can learn that intuitively? Now, you don't need to know every attitude and thrust setting for every phase of flight. 737, like any aircraft, works off the numbers, pitch and power. If you know them, that's absolutely fine. So we're here. The best numbers is 5-6 degrees, 55-60%, works really well for the up speed to 220 knots to flat 1, flat 5 speed. So the attitude and thrust setting I've got here, precisely what I'd set in the real aircraft. And look how well it holds the speed. I'm just making subtle changes from the attitude and the thrust setting to maintain the aircraft where it is. And I've got quite a bit of capacity left.
San Juan PUR, still holding 11,000.
Kill M621, heavy San Juan approach, roger.
Yeah, mods handling wonderfully.
Golf, maintain 180 knots or greater onto your rest.
Were we cleared approach? I don't think we were.
180 knots or greater onto MC at Paka 2 Foxtrot Golf.
I got 578, squawk 4316.
Not the most efficient approach. We've burnt quite a bit of extra fuel, but we are on our way on the approach now.
Sorry, what's up, Paka 57 Bravo?
My bad, I got 57 Bravo, squawk 4316.
Beautiful.
Squawking 4316 for Paka 57.
Not sure about those clouds ahead. It looks like mustard gas.
57 Bravo, runway 8, clear for takeoff. Delta 412, runway 8, line up.
Cleared localizer, thank
Runway
you.
8, line up and wait. Runway 8, line up and wait, Delta 412.
Full look.
WestJet to the Gulf, welcome to San Juan Airport.
It's going to go flat 5 now, then we can bug 170 exactly. So, you get this big thrust pitch couple, see the nose wanted to come up on its own? This is why I like the mod so much. Look at this nose coming out. This is exactly what happens with flat 5. You have to pitch down, retrim. It's just uncanny how realistic this is. And this is all this blade element theory doing stuff in the background. Superb. A little bit more thrust required now with flat 5. Probably need about 60, 62, 63% level flight flat 5.
American 1539, contact ground point 9.
And the heavier you are, the more thrust you need, and vice versa. Nearly on the localizer, guys. Perfect. Do you have the igniters on yet? No, I need to start doing that flow now, actually. Start switches recall on the speed brake.
1400 feet, contact 57 Bravo.
Maybe the thrust is a tad higher. I did say 60, 63. I'm trying to think now, maybe more 55, 57. Flat 5, not far off though. I found what I'm comfortable with, set it, and the aircraft's holding the speed really nicely. Localizer alive. Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, just coming localized, established, runway 10.
Golf, Romeo, Foxtrot, Sierra 5 Echo Victor. Do you have the airport inside? You're 12 to 1 o'clock, 5 miles.
Localizer captured. That wasn't for me.
Group 5 Echo Victor, airport's inside.
Over Romeo, Foxtrot 5 Echo Victor,
Runway
runway
heading
clear,
101.
runway 10, runway 10, clear to land.
Runway 10, clear to land.
Is set.
San Juan approach, KLM 629. Can I request a visual approach, runway 10?
KLM 629 heavy, descend and maintain 4,000, flight present heading.
On a 4,000.
We're still 14 miles out, but remember this DME doesn't say 0 if we get the threshold.
Alpaca 57 Bravo, flight present heading.
Beautiful.
Continue on heading 57 Bravo.
Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, localized, established, runway 10.
Alpaca 2
Alpaca 1
Juliet
uniform, 7 mile per empty, clear LS, once you approach.
Clear RLS 10, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. Clear RLS. Approach is armed. So yeah, VNAV wasn't working earlier though, but the actual handling is excellent. Let's see how the landing was. The landing, I think, still needs a bit of work on the flight control effectiveness on final seems to be less effective the slower you go.
KLM 1945, iron frequency.
From KLM 145.
KLM 145 contacts on 1 center 135.7.
San Juan Center 135.7. Muchas gracias, KLM 145.
Right, so capture, missed approach altitude 3,000 feet set. Slowly start pitching down, following the flight directors, and usually with flat 5, you can go to idle thrust, so completely go idle, and it should hold the speed nicely. We've got a bit of a headwind though, so our ground speed's slower, so we might have to add a bit more thrust, so that is realistic, but flat 5 on an ILS, usually with no winds, you need idle or very little thrust. You're almost idle there. That's idle here, completely idle, and holding the speed exactly as I would expect.
Runway 10, clear to land.
Runway 10, clear to land, Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. Beautiful.
Delta 412, runway 8, clear for takeoff. Runway 8, clear for takeoff.
So now we're at the flat 5 speed. Right, you know what, that's good. Runway's pretty good.
Urban Wait, 808, American Street.
I got 2 Foxtrot Golf, left 181, contact 9.9er.
Oh, what's the ground frequency?
KLM 621, present 6.
Started raining as well, put the wipers back on. It's going to be a bit intermittent, I think. Put it on intermittent for now.
7280 down at 3000, KLM 629.
No, now it's going to not rain at all, and then as soon as I turn them off, it's going to start raining, because that's life. Right, get out, flat 15. Oh dear, someone's in trouble. Landing checklist, please.
Landing checklist. Start switches.
Continuous.
Flat 30. Uh-oh, forgot to do recall.
Speed brake.
This.
It's armed green lights.
Armed green light.
Landing gear.
Not again.
It did this last time. It's down 3 green.
Down 3 green.
Auto brake.
Auto brake 3 set.
Flaps.
Damn.
It's 30 green light.
Flips ready set. Green light.
Landing lights.
On.
Landing checklist complete.
Perfect. So altitude should be about 1 degree, which it is. Thrust maybe a little bit higher than flat 30. Roll rate a little sluggish. It should be a little bit snappier, even at the slower speeds. Pitch should be a bit more effective as well. So just at the slower phases, the control effectiveness isn't quite as good as it should be. And the pitch power is pretty close to what it should be. Checked.
1,000 feet stabilized, must approach altitude.
Checked. Speed's getting a little low, so I had a bit of thrust. I'm having to add a bit more thrust than I'd expect for flat 30.
Altitude is 2600.
See how it is on the flare. Last time I tested the flare, I had to make a lot more impacts. Of course, as I said, it'll start raining, so Jim is useless. Won't turn the wipers on for me. I'll try and do it. Ah! And they're not working properly. Right, let's turn the flight directors off. 3 whites, tad hides, keep it descending. 2 reds, 2 whites, watch that rate descent, a little bit high there. Oh, the pappies are right on one of those streaky bits.
400.
Checked. This is the default airport, guys. I think it's an absolute triumph in this sim, how good the default airports look. Checked.
300.
Check rate of descent. Whoa, rate of descent's a bit too high. Oh, I'm having to pitch a lot more than I should. So yeah, the approach here, I'd give it a 6 out of 10 on the controls. It's having to make very large inputs. I've naturally got a bit high here because the trees look very high. I'm high now. Keep descending.
50, 40.
Check.
20,
Close.
10.
Oh no, I'm having to pitch way more than I should normally need to. Oh, come on. Come on. Down, speed brakes up. Reverses. Yeah, landing wasn't the best there. That's the exit that you guys wanted me to make. Not bad though. 100. Manual braking. Casually reverse. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome finally to Puerto Rico. Yeah, on the approach there, it went a bit not great, if I'm honest. Excessive inputs required. For flap 5 and higher, no problem, but the rest wasn't great. I was having to make excessive inputs there. Right.
Foxtrot 5 Echo Victor, Roger, of emergency.
Uh-oh. Good job I'm on the ground. It's got aircraft getting low fuel.
Go for Romeo Foxtrot 5 Echo Victor, descend maintain 5000.
So I'll just vacate the runway here.
Turn the maintain 2000, Griffin 5 Echo Victor, thank you.
I'll go Lima.
Attack 5 and Bravo, unit frequency.
Oh my god, oh, look at the queue! Is this the queue to get out of there? RIP FPS, by the way, I'm getting FPS stutters here.
KLM 621.
I'll just wait here.
KLM 629 are heavy. You are 8 miles from Grand Feed.
There's our flaps going up.
Maintain 2200.
How's landing wasn't great. I was having to make, in the flare there, I was having to make a huge input and pitch. Much larger than what you'd require.
22,200 till established.
Ground's not. Oh, ground's not.
22,200 established, KLM 629.
I think I might just go to ground, just because this guy's maxed out.
American 663, someone departure radar contact, maintain 1010.
Yeah, I know ground's 0.9, but I've not been told to contact Lauren yet. I would have gone around in real life with the trees there, yes. Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform, we're going over to ground 1219. Thanks to the ATC, sir. Bye.
Good night.
There we go.
Taxi via November Sierra.
There we are. Yeah, FPS is really poor here though. 15 FPS, guys. It's I think it's all this traffic. Whoa, look at that. It's really bad FPS.
Anybody else in the ground waiting for clearance?
Southwest 57 Julie Zulu.
FPS has gone really. Wow.
West 57 Julie.
Well, listen, on the ground, you don't have the FPS issue. If you're ground, it disables the FPS requirement. Ground, hello, it's Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. We just vacated runway 10 on Taxiway Hotel. I think hotel.
Alpaca 1 Juliet Victor.
50, 40, 30, 20.
Lima, November. Have a good day.
Standard choice, Lima, November. Alpaca 1 Juliet uniform. That's my sort of taxi instruction. Lima, November. Sorry, whoever that was. I just muted that because I was getting the taxi instructions. I'll play it again.
50,
Cool
40,
FPS though.
30,
Oof.
20.
Is that after? Seb's saying it's the night. Okay. Yeah, it's bad here. Thanks, Stradicast.
Watched your old stream of the Flight Sim 727 into TNCM earlier
Oh
today.
yeah, I remember
What a
that.
plane. Hope it comes to XP12.
I hope so. I'm going to post in their Discord saying, when are you guys going to port it to XP12? That would be great. Thank you very much, Stradicast, for your donation. It's an aircraft I'm missing flying for sure. Awesome. So the FPS issue is associated with the sunsets. Okay. I guess, yeah, I've not flown in that. Yeah, because it has been absolutely fine. It was like 60, but right now I'm struggling. Right, we'll take any stand then. We'll go in this little... we'll go over here, because I want to try and park on the stand here. And this is just a default airport, remember, guys. Out off still needs to be on. Trim we've reset. We're still going to jump into the PMDG. I've been streaming for 2 hours. Still got to do another sector. Change the time of day. I'd have to go into the settings, but I'll do that once I get on the stand to test it. Just thinking for departure for the next one. I might get on a better stand. Let's go here. I'm going to go like on the corner here on the concourse. Got Iran here, we've got alpacas. Thanks for joining in, everyone who went Alpaca Airways today. APU is on. Thank God the FPS only happened after landing as well. On the approach it was alright. So whatever stand I park on, I will spawn on in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Oh, I don't know if this how accurate these stands are. Should have probably got in there. Well, let's see if we can park on the end here at Delta 1 or Delta 2. Might just have to jump out here. Ooh, what we got here? Oh look, it's not so many aircraft on the approach here. Oh, I think these are all for tiny aircraft. I'm going to go on the southern side here. Not southern side, northern side. Just don't want to get lost. We'll take the next left here, and that will do. We'll take one of these over here. How do I get over there though? That's the question. Puddle sim. A lot of puddles. Master caution. What's happening for the probe? APU's available. Yeah, general handling, excellent. Landing, flare, yeah, it was the same as when I did the group flight a couple of weeks ago. I had to, I'll just put cam on here. But during that flare, I was like this. I was like almost full pitch back, and it was like, ugh. Yeah, in real life we would be up at like 30 degrees nose up and stalled. But the rest of it was excellent. That's going to be good for our taxi to runway 8. See, I'm planning ahead here. The concourse is closed in real life. Okay, right. What we got here? We've got Delta. Should we go Delta 9? Let's go Delta 9. Love the little taxi light illuminating here as well. But the default airports are very good in X-Plane 12. I mean, they are a triumph, really. So Delta 9. We'll try and spawn on that one. So dispatch Charles. Look, Delta 9 is here. Be aware those gates might not exist in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll go around here. Alright, the good news is for Microsoft Flight Simulator, I have a panel state saved for the whole flight. So all I've got to do is load up in the sim, have a quick break, and then we can go straight away, which will help us save a bit of time. Right, they can come off. 2 blues, 1 red. Engines are dead. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to San Juan, Puerto Rico. We made it. Great ATC, very busy. Hope you enjoyed flying it. We had a bit of a turbulent start with the sim being a little bit unstable with crashes associated with better pushback and the default pushback, but thanks for bearing with me. We did 3 full setups. Right, seatbelt sign can come off. We'll do a transit state here because that's the way I've got the PMDG 737. Anti-cols off. Let's run the checklist.
Shutdown checklist.
Oh no, we want the transit one.
Shutdown checklist. Electrical.
EPU on the bus.
Fasten belts.
Off.
Probe heat.
Off.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Voice recorders.
Not again.
Ah, voice recorder. See if we get the jet bridge to attach. Request ground service. Here comes the air bridge. Oh, ultimate realism. Voice recorder.
On.
Air conditioning packs.
Auto.
Engine bleed.
On.
APU bleed.
Off.
Welcome, Baltic.
Exterior lights.
What do you want the exterior lights to be, I wonder? Oh,
check.
Anti-cols.
Start switches.
Off.
Auto brake.
Off.
Speed brake.
Down D10.
Flaps.
Up. No
Yeah,
light.
FPS 20.
Parking brake.
Set.
Start levers.
Cut off.
Weather radar.
Off.
Transponder.
Not again.
Door.
Stand by.
CVR circuit breaker.
In.
Cockpit door.
Ah, this.
Oh, this.
Unlocked.
Shutdown checklist complete.
Perfect. Now, just as an experiment, I do want to just quickly go to live turn off live time, just to see if it is like the dusk being an issue. So let's go to daytime, apply changes, see what's going on there. FPS is now 45 FPS. Oh yeah, silky smooth. So yeah, it's 100% going to dusk or dawn is killing the FPS. Yeah, look at that. Nighttime as well. Look at that, 15 FPS. But during the day, no problem at all. Right, I've got to bear that in mind some future streams. Okay, that's that checklist done. Excellent. We'll disconnect from the network, guys. That was the first sector in the ZIBO mod. A quick sort of, what happened there with the flight then. So obviously, X-Plane 12 crashed a couple of times. For those who've watched it or missed that, that was associated with better pushback and compatibility with the ZIBO mod I'm having issues with personally. And also, if you have VATSIM, or if you're using VATSIM and X-Pilot, don't use the default pushback because it changed my radio frequency, even though I've got auto-tuning off, crashed it as well, did that twice in a row, and they was the reasons for the crashes. Apart from that, the actual flying, hand flying in the ZIBO mod was excellent. Pitch power for takeoff, climb, general handling on the approach was absolutely fine. As soon as I started configuring for landing though, the flight controls got became very heavy. During the flare, that was poor. The input I required in the pitch there was way too excessive. The same on my group flight I did two or 3 weeks ago. That needs a lot of work, so I was having to make a lot of excessive pitch there. The last kind of couple of 100 feet of that approach was destabilised. I was 4 whites, high, trees in the way. I think that was my natural instinct, was to get away from those. But it was quite hard, or I was having to make excessive inputs to get back on profile. VNAV broke as well on the approach, and because we got delayed vectors I couldn't really test that. I did do the test sector, VNAV wasn't working properly, so again that's something that ZIBO needs to look at and rectify. But overall it's more than flyable on the network. You can use it to your heart's content, you can have no problems doing it, just be prepared for a few bugs and issues as there's continued refinements in X-Plane 12. But I enjoyed it. If we didn't have those crashes at the start I'd have been a lot happier. It was a bit more frustration more than anything, but thanks to your patience earlier getting it started. But yeah, I am happy with that flight. And having a look at the default airports, you can just go anywhere. You don't have to worry about installing airports if you don't so wish. I do enjoy some of the high quality airports available. The detail is phenomenal. But here we just had 2 default airports, look great. Anyway, what I'm going to do is shut down the sim. We'll jump into Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'll attempt to get onto this stand, Delta 9. And I think if we go live time, we're not going to enjoy, if we do actually get into Princess Juliana, the approach. So what I'm going to do is crank the time back 6 hours lifetime or 12 hours lifetime, so we can enjoy that beautiful approach. So I've got some great freeway airport scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator. We want to enjoy the daytime series, and then we can compare them back to back. So yeah, if you give me 10 minutes, I'll shut down the sim. I have a panel state saved for the PMDG, so when I come back after my break, we can literally grab the clearance, brief the departure and taxi, and we'll get on out of there and head on our way to Princess Juliana. So bear with me. Oh, we'll do the replays first, but we'll get it all set up and go in from the next sector. So it's quite late, so great for my American viewers, and if you're in Europe, you'll probably be going to bed soon, but thanks for hanging with me. Right, let's turn the music down here and cue the funky replay music. Oh, there it is. Hopefully that's not too deafening you. Let's replay here. So I must... what is it I mustn't do? I've got to remember now. Can I drag it? What is it I mustn't do because it crashes it? I can't click. I think I've got to drag. Yeah, drag only. Don't click. There we are. Yes, we're doing it. Excellent. There we are. Put ourselves back in the approach here. So at this stage here, it was looking okay. 2 reds, 2 whites. The thrust was maybe a tad higher than I'd expected. 3 whites. I think I was instinctively avoiding these trees, look, because I was going a bit like, oh, there's trees there. Pitch up now. Pitch up there was too excessive. But the inputs I was making were quite excessive. I was having to make a lot of change there. Too high there. Should have probably canned approach or think about canning the approach there at that stage. I set about 1,000 feet per minute to get back in there, and I had a bit of a dirty dive at the end there to get back in.
40, 30, 20.
Down there. And then, yeah, I was just doing my best. I was having to make a lot of excessive inputs there. And we were down. It was in the touchdown zone, a little bit long though. Well, that's the first replay we've had without it crashing. Some weird artifacts going on there. But this is where, just if you go into the PMDG 737 or any other aircraft in Microsoft Flight Sim, and do the replay with the flight recorder tool and compare it to this, it looks so much more realistic in this sim. So much more realistic. Obviously, we have a few FPS issues with the replay, and it being sunset, but the input and how the aircraft behaves and handles is much better. No, rip FPS though. Now, let's hope they fix the FPS issues at sunset, because that is a bit annoying. Terrible FPS here. But yeah, that's why I love this sim. Right, I'm not going to do loads and loads of replays because I'm struggling for performance, but I'll pop you in the wing view so you can enjoy shortfall. And as I said, I'll throw you to the Be Right Back screen, load up Microsoft Flight Simulator, and then we can do the next sector into St. Maarten Princess Juliana. So I'll see you all in about 10-15 minutes. See you shortly. Hello everyone, hope you can all hear me. Thank you very much for that intermission. In that time I have fired up Microsoft Flight Simulator, installed or updated my panel state, and we are all ready to go to St. Maarten. Performance is in, routing's in, we'll get the clearance, we'll brief the departure, and we'll go from there. Now, jumping into the simulator, I couldn't get the exact same stand, and we're talking about the default airports. This is the default airport for San Juan in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's okay, nowhere near as good as the default airports in X-Plane. You can just see that there are markings, but they're not accurate. There's no gates or stand numbers, unfortunately, either. You know, it's just the reality of the situation is that in Microsoft Flight Simulator, the default airports aren't as good. There are, however, just like in X-Plane, an incredible community of people making great airports, and the San Juan, the Princess Juliana scenery we're flying into is spectacular. It's a freeware scenery I installed from the store, but yeah, looking really good. Mic cut out, by the way. Can you guys hear me? Seems to be okay, my side, Black Doctor. Seems to be all alright, my side.
50, 40,
which EFP
30,
do you use at your company, and
20,
have you ever heard of AvioBooks and an EFP provider? I haven't, Sam. We use the Boeing OPT tool there. Tom Knudsen, thank you very much for the £5, buddy. Appreciate it.
Looks like the Sky Ambience bug XPD 13382 is fixed in 12.01b1, which would cause FPS issues.
My goodness.
Also remember to delete your shader cake folder, especially after you update drivers. /Xplane 12 /output /shader cake. Delete the folder. It regenerates on start.
Oh, Tom, that's a lot there. I'll make a note of all of this and I'll have a look into it because I was having a lot of FPS issues there, performance issues, but I'll look into that. Tom, thank you very much. Did you send me an email, or was it Richard? I can't remember. I got an email from someone, but I'll have a look at that and see if I can fix it. But the FPS in this is great. I think it's far better optimised now on Microsoft Flight Simulator. But there we are. We're in the same livery. We have just installed some skimmer to wing tips in the intermission and changed stand, but we are roughly where we parked last there. But yeah, we're all pretty much ready to go. You guys can all hear me fine, which is great. 0 Point, hello from New York. Have a nice flight, Captain.
30,
thank you very much there. Generation
20,
Blowout, thank you very much
10.
for the $20 donation as well. That's very generous of you. Thank you, sir.
I never get to catch you live. I have succeeded at something today. I hope you are well, and thank, as always, for educational and amazing content.
Well, thank you very much, Generation Blowout. Yes, I'm streaming a lot later here. It's 10:30 in the evening here in the UK, so guys in the US, far better for them to watch live for a time, but I have a huge amount of US viewers. It's around the second highest viewership is from the United States, behind the UK, and then third is Germany, and then lots of other countries in Europe. So I do try my... Oh, hello, little wing wave. Do try my best to cater for everyone. It's great to be streaming a little bit late today, but thank you very much, Generation Blowout, for your donation. Anyway, let's climb on up the PMDG air stairs and jump into the cockpit of the 737. There we are. Not as smooth as I was hoping. There we go. So we'll get the clearance. I'll brief the departure as well. A short flight over to Princess Juliana. It's only about 35 minutes. It is still very busy there. Nowhere near as busy as it was an hour ago. Looks like the traffic's calmed down. Well, I say that. It's still very, very busy. But we're going to take an hour's worth of extra fuel to allow for holding. Give us time to have a play with the PMDG 737 as well, which I think at the moment is far more stable than the mod. The VNAV works really well as well, but we can now certainly compare them back to back, see what is what. Tom Knudsen, no wonder Microsoft Flight Sim has copied X-Plane since start. There's a lot of similarities I can see between the two. Right, so we do still have ground online. Let's tune them up, 1219, grab our clearance. V-Pilot is live here. So I did do a test sector in this sim as well, so it should all be fine. Let's have a listen in. I have no idea what stand... Oh yeah, I forgot now. I now have to bring up Navigraph. I haven't got Avitab anymore, which is a pain. I really don't know what stand I'm on. The stand numbers didn't match what was available in Microsoft Flight Simulator. What we got here is 1 on the corner, then 1, 2, 3. I'd guess... I'd have a guess at that's Delta 4 in the corner, 5, 6, maybe Delta 7. I'll say Delta 7, guys.
Welcome.
I can't see any stand numbers, unfortunately, with the default airports there. Thanks for subscribing there, whoever that was. Welcome to the channel. Glad you enjoyed the content. Thank you very much for joining as a subscriber. There you are, Adam Pinheiro. Welcome on board. Let's now grab the clearance. Ground, very good evening again. It's Alpaca 2 Sierra X-Ray on stand Delta 7. Request departure clearance to St. Maarten.
Alpaca.
Did I file the flight plan? Might not file the flight plan, stand by. Filed it now. Definitely filed it now. There we go. Delta 6, thanks Paul. Fly live not updated, has it not? Yeah, it should be. Tell Tango... Oh no, this is the call sign, sorry. I used the old one, didn't I? There you go. Oh yeah, I do actually have the Navigraph plugin here, but it's still the outdated Navigraph charts, but it should at least allow me to show them in game. There we are.
Welcome.
Welcome aboard there, Jack Koski. Hope you're doing well. And the SID will be a Jetsy. There we are. It's not as nice as the updated one. I told me to stand by, but I don't know if he's got the new flight plans or not. Ground Alpaca 2 Sierra X-Ray. We just updated the flight plan, ready to copy as soon as it comes through.
Perfect. I've tried to looking in the map, but I don't see you anywhere. Stand by.
I don't exist. There was a nice freeway scenery for Tango Juliet Sierra Juliet. I did. Was there, Andy? Was it up to date though? I don't know if it was compatible with Sim Update 11. Let me just make sure I've updated the right flight plan. Yeah, Alpaca 2 Sierra X-Ray. Both of them are updated.
Minimums. Approaching minimums.
Cheers, Brad. Thanks for 31 months as a member. Glad you survived COVID. Can't keep a good man down. Thanks, Brad. I survived. It was an awful experience, but yeah, it came on suddenly and quickly, and I was bedbound. Well, for one day, I got up, had a shower. Well, put it this way, I went to bed nice and early, because I was on early the next day. I had a 6:45 departure. Feeling absolutely fine when I went to bed. I had literally no symptoms at all. Within an hour, I had a temperature and I was coughing, and I couldn't sleep. Got to about 2 o'clock in the morning, called in sick. I haven't slept, got cold symptoms. I didn't even think COVID. And then that morning, I was not well at all. I was in bed. I got up, I had to go straight back to bed, had a shower, and I was in the shower thinking, you know, went back to bed. And then it wasn't until Friday, the following day, I had a COVID test. Tested positive. I got the second line instantly. I was like, okay, yeah, I've got COVID. Right, well, whilst ground's getting all that clearance sorted out, we're all pretty much ready to go, guys. Departure-wise, we're on standby. We think Delta 6, don't we now? So we're going to push back, hopefully facing west. We'll go out via November, then Sierra, and then... Oh, we don't want this chart. It's this one we want. Touch Sierra, go full length via Sierra 2, Sierra 1 or Sierra for runway 8, and then it's a Jets 1 departure, climbing on heading 060 for runway 8 or 10, for the vector, and on that heading we'll be intercepting the Sierra Juliet uniform radial 080 to Jets. We'll have to eventually get a different heading, but we'll intercept that radial, go towards Jets. Jets is in the FMC, and then from Jets we're going to go direct to Slugo, and then Slugo we're already approaching St. Maarten. Look, we'll be on the arrival and have something else from ATC. So that's all sorted.
353, someone go.
So that's it. We'll get the APU started. It's all in the FMC. Performance is done, loaded. All good to go. You might need to disconnect to a quick pre-file and reconnect. vPilot can be a bit iffy with filing flight plans. I always file my flight plans through the VATSIM website, but I will reconnect to disconnect from vPilot here.
still 353, roger, I didn't get any notification of flight. Alright, just continue so that I don't hold on.
We'll continue on hotel here, no worries, he's pretty little busy there up on the...
Yeah, someone did, Lawrence. Someone got a lovely phone call at 4 AM. Well, I know they did because the FO I know quite well. I texted him and they had
And Alpaca, you still here on frequency?
Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray still frequency.
I don't see you anywhere on the map. I'm trying to locate you here on the map, but I don't.
I'm in Microsoft Flight Sim on stand Delta 6.
Yeah, for some reason it's not showing up on the scope here.
Okay. Stand by. I'll disconnect and reconnect. Try and refile the flight plan.
Right here. Thank you.
Right, let's disconnect. Let's go to flight plan. I'll use... we're not having much luck tonight, are we? I'm having a lot of problems. I'm actually going to use the V-Pilot's own system, which I've never actually used before. Let me turn on display capture so you can actually see this here. So departure airport. Let me get all the codes here. So TJ, I've never done this one before. TJSJ to TNCM. Alternate's going to be come back here. TJSJ. Departure time. We'll put Zulu 2250. Time route 035. Fuel available. We're going to take loads of extra. 7 tons. I'll put like 3 hours. Just 300 knots. And we're going to go over at 23,000 feet. Oh god, how does it want the routing in? I have to get that. Oh, I need to get the PDF, guys. Let me have a look here. PDF is here. Section number 2. And we are routing Tango Jets. How do I put this in? Jets. Boss, are you connecting as an observer by mistake? Oh, I bet that's what it is, isn't it? Yes, I was. Cheers, Lauren.
Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray, Sandra.
Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. Yeah, I think I knew what I was doing. I was connected as observer, so hopefully you can see me now.
There you are. I can see you now. So, are you ready for this?
Ready to copy Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray.
Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray, you clear to Juliana via the Jets 1 departure, Slugo transition, then a file, climb and maintain 5,000, spec cell level 230, 10 minutes after departure, departure frequency 135.7, squawk 4327.
Cleared to San Juliana via the Jets 1 departure, Slugo transition. Climb of 5,000 feet, expect flight level 230 10 minutes after departure. Airborne frequency 135.7 and squawk 4327. Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray.
Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray, readback is correct. Push at your discretion, call me for taxi, you can expect runway 8.
Special runway 8 and push and start own discretion. We'll call for taxi, Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. Look at that for timing. So we'll call for that. Request pushback.
Cockpit to ground.
5,000 feet. Flight level 230 expecting afterwards. 4327.
Okay, that was block 2 traffic at the same time. Let's go. JetBlue
Let's go.
1453. Hello. Where's your parking place?
Thanks for that, Lauren. You've saved me. Probably don't want to do this. Your flight plan is there. Looks fine. Yeah, it was just the observer mode. Well done, Lauren. Tom, good you did not have a hard sickness from COVID. Not also, let's hope you suffer the after effects such as the no brain fog, headaches and dry cough. I've been back to work since, feeling fine. It's just a bit bunged up, as you can probably hear. But I can clear the sinuses, which is important. Parking brakes set.
The parking brakes are set. You may lift.
Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft.
Transition has changed. Was it not a Slugo transition? Jets and then Slugo. I think that's all good. Clara, but
we are cleared for start and push.
Okay, Okay, cleared for push start.
I don't think I am.
Please release parking brake.
Packs off, head collision lights on, parking brake will release shortly. Let's just make sure that everything's disconnected first. Many distractions.
Minimums.
When am I going to bring this
Minimums.
flipping EFB? Because I still find this really cumbersome to use. I can never remember where to find stuff. Ground services. Remove chocks.
Please release parking brake.
Doors are closing. Shortly, we're there. But already, overall as a sim, Microsoft Flight Simulator, I think you get more out of an X-Plane 12 at the moment. Graphics are great. Live weather, we're 6 hours behind live time. Looking very nice.
Please release parking brake.
Right, there you go. Parking brake released.
Parking brakes are released.
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
We shall.
It will start in the sequence.
Excellent. Starting engine number 2. Well, that's a bug. EGT's running, but the engines were off when I started with the panel state. I shouldn't have a hot EGT with it decreasing as quickly as that. Then 2. And oil pressure N1. Fuel going in. Do have some new pre-saved views, which is good. And look, I can turn on Tobii Eye Tracker. Look at this. I love this. So cool. Although my head view, I need to... it won't move back and forth in this view, unfortunately. But in the cockpit... Ah, what's happened to the Tobii Eye Tracker? Okay, moving my head back and forth no longer moves my head back and forth in the sim. That's annoying. Oh, there we go. It's working now. Start out. Monitoring engine number 2. 2, 4, 6, 3, 2 stable. Starting engine number 1.
Close in real life, but you can take it if you want.
Head 2.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Parking
Head 2.
brake set.
Oil pressure N1.
Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
A wee.
Ground. You may disconnect.
Oops, 25%.
Okay, sir. Clear to disconnect. Pin has been removed. See you at the side. Have a good flight.
Well, at least that was a successful
Hold in
pushback.
position waiting for the visual. Thank you and goodbye.
Bring some rum home. Hi Matthew, you're just riding the jump seat, also known as the worst seat in aviation. Oh, yeah, well, I think the jump seat in your 767 is a little bit more comfortable than the one in the 737, which is, well, it's a metal board. Average Avgeek, which would you say is better, PMDG or ZIBO? I think PMDG is more stable at the moment. Things are working better over on the mod. The mod, though, handling on that was exceptional. All that beautiful X-plane handling, which is why I love that sim, was apparent to say, I'll do a takeoff for this. I know I won't like it as much as aircraft and X-plane. I just know I will. It's just because I don't feel it's as realistic. Anyway, started out. 2 good starts. Jerry's on, APU's off. Start switches continuous. Probeat on. Packs auto. Isolation valve auto. APU bleed is off. Flaps to 5. Flight controls. Full forward. Full back. Left and right. Here comes the rudders. Full left and full right. Recall. Blank the lower DU. And then we will now complete the before taxi checklist. But we don't have a checklist available in the PMDG.
November 6 Alpha, contact San Juan departure. Correction, San Juan Center, 135.7. Have a good flight.
Excellent, we just tune that frequency on standby, because we'll need that after departure. There we go. Alpaca to Sierra X-ray, request taxi.
Alpaca 20 X-ray, runway 8 at 01, taxi via Sierra.
Runway 8, Sierra 1, taxi via Sierra, Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. So, taxi via Sierra. We are going to go just a straight line, and then Sierra 1 is the second from full length.
on November, KLM 171.
Excellent, got that set there, got that set there.
Hello, apron of your
Perfect,
discretion.
parking brake released.
Have a good day.
Config.
Thank you very much for your
The engine spool up time is a little bit too quick.
Search for my discretion. KLM 171.
That's limitation of Microsoft Flight Simulator. Right away.
San Juan ground, American 7839.
So I think there could be a slight difference in this scenery here, because there's two taxiways. I think I'll just take the mod here on the right.
San Juan ground, roger. Hold position for now.
Hold position, American 7839.
So there, guys. Next stream, hopefully Tuesday. I think it's a bit of Felis 747 time. What do you think? I'd like to jump back into the aircraft. I believe it's all been updated and compatible with X-Plane 12. Now I know not to stream at night. I think we're going to go to South America. Do some flying there. I have a 747-200. We did stream it to Mexico City. Might fly to South America from there.
7839, runway 8 at Sierra 1, taxi via November, Sierra.
Taxiing's okay. Thrust and acceleration is quite nice. But again, it's just this sort of... don't like it as much. Right, before takeoff checklist. So config we checked. Flaps we've got 5 green light. A little bit off 5, but it's fine. Stab trim is set for departure. 6.2 units set. Takeoff briefing. Pax order bleeds on. V-speed set for departure. 38, 45 on the MCP. We're flying a jet C departure. That routing is climbing straight ahead, heading 060, then eventually going towards jets. Stop altitude 5,000 feet set on the MCP. Any DP2, any problems, will climb straight ahead to the MSA, make a turn to the north, over the sea, we'll go to 3,000. So that's...
Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray, contact San Juan Center, 135.7. Have a good flight to Juliana. Greetings, everyone.
135.7. Thanks a lot for your help earlier and for your ATC. Have a lovely evening. See you soon. Bye.
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 November Alpha Charlie 8007.
But it's lovely inertia. Going idle here, the way it keeps going is very nice. Yes, Craig, I think that will be coming next as well, the V3 Concorde. So there's Sierra, not remember all the way to the end. So they actually, you know, to be fair for the default airports, they have got the correct taxiway markings.
San Juan Center, flight traffic 570, flight level 360.
Brakes are all or nothing though. San Juan Center, very good evening. Alpaca 2 Sierra X-Way in San Juan, holding point Sierra runway 8, ready for departure.
Stand by.
Have you tried GSX? Is it worth it? I haven't, Sam Mays. That's adds all like the passenger boarding and airport immersion. I think it's pretty cool. Might give it a try at some point. Yeah, I don't know when the AFB is coming for this aircraft. Awesome. So live weather, as I mentioned, 6 hours behind live time, just so we could enjoy that approach. I'll have approach runway 10 into San Juan. This is a very short flight, about 30 minutes. Hello, says Martin. Oh, hi. Hello to you. Are you using FS?
Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray is going to be a 2-minute delay for sequencing into Juliana.
Holding position, Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. Perfect. I think we're going in a way that those crashes we had in X-Plane 12 could have been a blessing in disguise. It is busy in San Juliana, but it's considerably quieter than it was earlier. I can sort of see sort of like 10 aircraft on the approach. Earlier it was like 40, so we might have got lucky there.
Everyone's stand by.
Aircraft 286 is descending through 12,800 feet.
Jerome Robinson, how do you get the Alpaca livery? Stand by. I think that's the command, or livery. Where's Nightbot? Daffy had to give up on Juliana out of fuel. I think he might not have been the only one. We've taken hours extra.
Walker 2570.
Thanks, I don't even know my own command.
November 6 Alpha Radar, contact LS Jets, climb and maintain flight level 270.
Can't even run my own channel.
Air Transat 286, are you here?
Yes, we are Air Transat 286, roger.
Alright, yeah, you know what, contact joining approach 128.905.
Oh my god, that was loud. Someone anonymously has bought the Flight Deck Sim Dad Cap. Whoever you are, thank you very much for supporting the channel, for getting some merch directly. Really appreciate that, whoever that is.
Alpaca 20 X-ray approach is coming online. Give him a call on 19.4.
19.4, we'll talk to you later, Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. Bye.
See you. Record 7839, if you're still here, departure 119.4.
Another frequency. Excellent. San Juan approach, hello, it's Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. Holding point Sierra, runway 8, ready for departure. Uh-oh.
Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray, San Juan approach, roger, stand by 1.
Holding position, Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray.
And San Juan approach, American 7839.
Craig Maddox noticed that my liveries didn't match up on X-Pilot, only one of the Alpaca livery. I don't know about
39, San Juan approach, roger.
X-Plane, we got all the CSLs, I think, from the members have made them. I don't know about the model matching, the IG model matching, what Alpaca ones are. Bloody hell, I find GSX very immersive, but it needs a lot of tending and getting used to. Use it every time now, but I'm sure it has its quirks. Yeah, I know when it came out, it was a bit, there were a few bugs and things, but I think it's sort of settled down now. We'll see. If you'd like me to try it out, more than happy to do that. Interplanets, do you recommend a steering wheel pedals for a rudder? No, I'd recommend getting some rudder pedals. I have the what have I?
Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray, wind San Juan 10010, runway 8 at 01, clear for takeoff.
Alright, clear takeoff, Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. Yeah, the Logitech flight rudder boards, I've had them for, since I started the channel, about 5 years, so they still work fine. They don't give me much feedback, they're very light, but they're better than nothing. I'm happy with them. Right, clear takeoff, guys.
2570 San Juan approach, roger, maintain 6000, I'll have lower for you shortly.
Maintain 6000, mark 2570.
Bit more rudder. So MCP is set. Transponder TARA.
Alpha Charlie 800.
Strobe lights are on. Line lights are on. Checks complete.
Roger.
Should do a rolling takeoff. Yeah, just don't take long to spool up here, and the PMDG way too far. So usually you stand them up to 40%. It'll take about 8 seconds to get there.
November Alpha Charlie 800.
And this
Roger.
it takes about 3 or 4.
You were cleared the ILS to 10 from the
stabilize. Set takeoff thrust.
Roger, and just continue on the ILS approach.
Massive building off there on the left. Takeoff thrust set, indications normal. Checked. So it's just like on takeoff, the rudder is like left, right. It's just very jerky. Just don't like it.
4000, marker 2550.
E1 rotate, and unlike the ZIBO, yeah, it's very little dead band. It's okay. Gears up. It's just no very little dead band, and it's just like very little back pressure. It's like ZIBO, you need to make a bigger input at the moment. The PMDG is very light. Anyway, going on that heading.
Charlie 800, wind 10010, runway
very good. Log up.
Walker 25.
So again, like with the ZIBO mod, the flight director should be pitching a lot lower than this. We should be down here in about 8 degrees. The flight director is getting there. Flight 1.
280
down. The trim is better, but again, it could be a bit more effective.
The field is also at your
8
3
out of 10.
o'clock, 6.5 miles reported side as well.
Speed trim system works properly now.
Looking Walker 2570.
Increase that scale slightly. I'm on this vector.
Your X-ray radar contact coming out 2,800. Climb maintain 10,000. Proceed direct jets. Resume the departure.
Climb 10,000 and direct to jets. Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. 10,000 sets.
Approach Walker 2570 has the aircraft.
LNAV VNAV.
Rocket 2570, roger.
I was not flying the plane for about 10 seconds there, so it's all my bad now. The flight director commands are good.
Record 7839, wind 10.
Still on 3004.
Correction, runway 801.
But I haven't really had to make much trim changes. Look, it's still in trim at 250 knots, even though it was in trim at around 200. I've just trimmed for like a second. So it's like the speed changes and the trim changes are much smaller than they should be. So yeah, you know, I prefer the ZIBO mod. It does fly far closer to the real thing, whereas this, the trim requirements are a lot less. It's good. It's 8 out of 10. The ZIBO I give 9.5 out of 10. But it's fine. Like, I really do like it, and if you could enjoy the 737 experience, which this does provide an adequate one in this sim, I think it overall provides a better experience for you. But handling, the picture power is pretty good. The attitude matches, but the inputs are making it very small. The 737 is actually going to be quite physical, especially on the approach there when it's windy. Anyway, that seems all in trim. There's commands, a bit of rain there. Well, that's looking very nice. I have to take off checklist. Gears off, water brakes off. It's 22 degrees, we don't need engine anti-ice. Start switches off. Air conditioning and pressurization. 3.5 climbing. And set. Release the crew. And 8,000 for 10,000 feet. Chest completes. That climb rate's pretty good. 3,800 feet. This gross rate. 2,000 feet per minute. And there's another thing that the PMDG uses. Is this, look, it's this jerkiness. I mean, I think it's more a Microsoft Flight Sim thing, where I think now X-Plane is a lot better dynamic wise with regard to changing winds.
X-ray contact San Juan, center 135.7.
135.7 Alpaca 2CX or AFX ATC by. So you can sort of see, look, the wind, this sort of constant changes like this in the Mach number, the indicated airspeed. I mean, look, we're going in a dead straight line, but look at the trend vectors wiggling around like a. Well, I won't say what it looks like, but it's like when Jack's running. Oh dear. Centre, hello again, Alpaca 2 Sierra X-Way, climbing 10,000 inbound to jets.
Alpaca 20 X-Ray San Juan Center, climb and maintain flight level 230. Welcome on board, man.
Thank you, maintain flight level 230, Alpaca 2 Sierra X-Ray. That's cool. 230, VNAV, and because my operator, we set standard straight away, we'll just do that. 100 for 230. And let's do the pre-cruise checks as well. So fuel 4 pumps. We've got loads on board. We've got at least an extra hour, about 6, 7 on board. Lights going off. AP off. Pressurization 4.5. And set. Smooth enough. Recall. Checks complete. It's just this jerkiness. Not a fan of. Philip Joe, any chance of getting your custom views? So I have mine all set up like X-Plane, the views.
57, Juliet,
so I don't know what I need to send to you, but if you want to drop me an email, I can send that file to you. I'll tell me what you need, and I'll happily do that. Yeah, great, I agree.
Correction, 130.
Jester, I don't get those rapid speed trend vector changes on my PMDG. Is yours up to date? Yeah, I think mine's the latest version. Let me just double check in the operations center. Tell you which version it is.
Oh. Center, do you want to exact jet 188 on approach 12895?
This is jet 188. I thought I sent you over earlier. Approach 12895.
12895 is actually 188.
3.056.
It's the latest one. So yeah, I've got the latest one installed.
Speed wings 1524. Approach 19.4.
19.4. Showing 1524.
Why do you turn off engine bleed during de-ice as BX7 iOS? Stop the engine. The bleed air ingesting the
57 Juliet Zulu, turn right heading 180, contact lane approach.
The de-icing fluid stinks in the air conditioning system. ETA Canberra, right? 6 hours flight. Yeah, but that's real time. So we're streaming 6 hours behind live time. This is actual real time in real life. We'll be landing at 23:28 Zulu. Actual time in Zulu is 23:05. I can change that to sim time, but I like to keep it to real time. I like to stream it live time as well, but it's night time now. We won't enjoy the approach. Excuse me. That was a noise and a half. He's just moved out quite nicely, but I think that's because there's no wind now.
Cross Lugo at and maintain flight level 110-210 knots.
Yeah, climb for us is great though. Right, We can't really buck around here. We've got to start setting up.
210.
Let's have a look at the winds.
San Juan Center, American.
Oh, it's hard. There's literally no point putting the winds in, guys. Oh, I missed the VNAV button. We had the VNAV button in the ZIBO mod, like all the 737 new ones now. But we just got the old school Clyde Cruiser set. So 250 below 10,000. Winds, guys, it's 2 knots and 8 knots. I'm not going to put any winds in. It'll make very little difference to the profile. I think they're back over on QNH in Princess Juliana. So the QNH is, 1019, so we can preset that. 26 degrees, lovely over there. Fix rings, runway 10, 10 and 4. And we're flying the RNAV approach at 23,000 feet, so 2346.69. That's roughly where top of descent will be. See, top of descent, there's the green descent rings 2. Do you have to pay for the actual wind forecast? Is that a joke? Yeah, mine is always wrong. No, the sim brief ones are reasonably accurate. Get rid of that now. So it'll be this arrival and the RNAV approach runway 10. Coming in then via Slugo, we're then going to go south 160 to, is it Elura? No, we've got Avaki, which is on the extended centre line. Maybe I should adjust this slightly. Slugo, where is that even going to? Slugo, just track 160. At the moment it's 152. Aluba's 10 mile final. And the RNAV point, Avaki, is about 10.2. I'll just go Slugo to Avaki, and then if he tells us something different, that's fine, we can update it. So for the RNAV approach, there's no frequencies to tune. I will tune Sint Maarten at 13.0. Course is a 096. Again, this does nothing system-wise. It just, it's sort of a visual reminder, really, when you're flying an RNAV. So 096, 096. Minimums are conditions, altitude LNAV. So we've got LNAV 700, 770. We could do the lower one, 700, 2,400 meters. We add 40 feet to this, so we don't get below the CDA. So we'll put 740 for the minimums. 740 is set. QNH we can preset as well, 1019. Perfect. So this is an RNAV approach. So when we fly RNAV approaches, we use LNAV and VNAV, even though there's no VNAV minima. One to go, so we'll just go vertical speed here, 1,000 feet per minute. So we'll configure flap 1 before 10 miles, then flap 5 thereafter, get down flap 15, we're planning around 4 miles. We're going to route towards Lessor, which is the final approach fix. Lessor 1,700 feet, that's hard, that's fine in the FMC. So 2 miles before that, what we do on the MCP, we'll set the altitude, 740 feet, so we'll round it up to 800 feet. We engage VNAV and open the speed window. We'll then descend on the 3-degree path. It says 2.85. Again, this is a PMDG-ism. This should match precisely 3 degrees. It doesn't. I think it's just a little PMDG thing. I've noticed several times how the glide path differs. I think in real life this would be an issue. You'd have to have a glide path angle that matches the chart. Otherwise you're not on the correct path. And this one here, it would be actually below the path, so it could be obstacle issues. And then once we get to the missed approach point, we'll set the missed approach altitude 1,000 feet AGL. To go around, same as the go actions as usual, climb right, turn to 4,000 feet towards Obned. Obned's to the south there, don't think it's on the chart here.
Alpaca 20 X-ray, pilot's discretion, descends across to Lugo at and maintain flight level 110 knots.
At pilot's discretion, send flight level 110 to be level at Sugo and speed 210 knots, Alpaca 20 X-ray. So 110, what I'm going to do is put 110 below that way, the aircraft will level off prior to that and keep us on profile, and he wants us at 210 knots as well. All that's been inserted into the FMC, and top percent is A. It's there now. So that's it. MSA 4,100 all the way around. There's no EFB yet, no performance calculator, unfortunately. Quite a short runway here. We're going to help ATC out as much as possible on this busy event. 2,300 metres. We're going to aim to stop into this little turn pad here. 180 backtrack, exit via Echo or Delta or Charlie at ATC's discretion. So we're going to go flat 40. 5.8, loads of fuel. 400 kilos to burn. We're landing quite heavy. 63.1. Flat 40. Order brake 3, and we'll plan, as I said, to vacate at Echo backtrack, stop and do the turn here on the pad. There we are. All done. Top of descent's coming up. This is a super short sector. Connor, I've got Leeds to Tenerife jump seat next week. Reckon I'll be able to feel my legs after. No, not on that metal seat. But, yeah, that's not ideal for supernumerary. You want to be doing shorter 4-sector days, more beneficial. But yeah, overall, right now, PMDG in the 737, PMDG 737 in Microsoft Flight Simulator is a better experience than X-Plane 12. If you want to hand fly though, the mod, even in X-Plane 12, even though it needs a lot of work, especially when configured for landing, it's not accurate at all, it is a far more realistic experience handling-wise. It just is. Fact. Been flying 6,000 hours sat in one of these. And I get much more enjoyment from hand flying. But we're going to hand fly a majority of this approach as well. See how I feel. Looks great, doesn't it, the scenery here? Have I had the charts on for a while? There we go. Well, pressing that one closes the other one and not the other. Can you not dump fuel? No, you can't dump fuel in the 737. There's definitely something funky going on with this simmer. Look at the Mach. Look at the Mach number. Constantly changing speed. Look at the top of descent. It's like it's wiggling around continuously. It's not very realistic.
Minimums, approaching minimums.
Thanks DD, 15 months a member, just joined, coming off the FATSIM event to O'Hare, hope you're well. Cold and cloudy here, can just feel the St. Martin sunshine, 26 degrees Celsius, awaiting you here DD if you joined us, instead of Chicago barbie cold snow temperatures. I was actually thinking about doing that event, but I thought this would be a 2 sectors go from St. Martin towards St. Martin. There we are. VNAV out, that's funky differences for PMDG, but there we are. Out of event. Why? No, I don't want VNAV out. Level change.
Minimums.
Just gonna go level change, get back on profile. Hi Lee Russell, thanks for 19 months to member. And a smiley face for me. You're doing well, buddy, thank you. Right, why is it out? What? Did I not set a lower altitude? No, that's completely my fault, guys. Completely my fault. Level change.
Approach 18.95.
So if I'm in, hold on, there we go. So I use a bit of speed brake, and I think the speed brake is a lot more realistic in the PMDG at the moment. That profile quickly come back. That was a short flight, look, 15 minutes already descending. Superb. This stream's actually, even though we had all those issues at the start, might be still less than 3.5 hours. Yeah, BX7 iOS. What happens if you don't set a final approach course on the MCP during an ILS? Now, there's very little guidance in the FCOM, but I believe the automation uses that course to work out the closure rate and angle when turning final, so it is important to set the correct course on the MCP. Mason, not enough people taking enough fuel. Yeah, an hour at least. I mean, in real life, we tanker on a lot of sectors, so we actually land with like 6, 7, sometimes 8 tons of fuel. I've landed with fuel in the centre tank when tankering, if it's particularly expensive fuel there. Right, back to VNAV. Speed's going to come back. We should get the message drag required, which we do. Excellent, ZIBO. PMDG. Craig, I did the first sector with you to TSGS. It was a race. I beat you. Yeah, but did your sim crash twice? Now, hello, speed brake question. Is it a sign of bad speed management if you use it during descent, or is it normal? It's completely normal. There's some old school captains out there, even when I joined, who were like, oh, no, speed brake of shame. absolute nonsense. You can't control usually what ATC does to you, and typically ATC can give you shortcuts, tell you to change speed, and your profile changes, and then you're high. Speed brake, this lever is a tool to be used. Boeing put this on for you as pilot flying to use to help control the aircraft speed. It is not a sign of a failure of descent management or speed. You know, use it and as needed. Simple as that. Jam, have you been shooting lately? Not since I've had COVID. I haven't been shooting this year. I actually need to clean my gun. My partner bought me a bore snake, which I need to use to clean the barrels out. But no, it's locked up in my safe at the moment. I might go this year. Well, I'll definitely hopefully go this year, but this week. Now that is a bug in the PMDG, look. Watch what happens when I set QNH. We've preset this on the forecast page, look. 1019. As soon as I change it, we're perfectly on profile. Watch what happens when I change it. Boom. It changes the profile. It shouldn't change the profile if you set it in the FMS. So VNAV in this is... I think there's some funny going on in the background to make sure it works. Apparently working as it looks there, but it's like the rate of descent's a lot shallower than I'd expect it to be. Good though. FPS is great. Performance is excellent. Superb. Yips. Seatbelts on. You should try FS2 crew for good checklist and FO. I've heard of FS2 crew, but I think they're using a generic Boeing checklist at the moment. Lee Russell, I wait for you to hand fly the approach for comparison purposes. How busy is it there? Well, to be fair, I was hand flying in San Juan. Oh, go on then. Just because it's the first stream of the year. Let me just have a look at the traffic map. Oh, it is still really busy there. Oh, I'm going to be vectored all over. I'm trying to see where I am in all of this. I can see, but Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. Okay, we're going to be making a turn right soon. Oof, Richard, you broke your nose surfing today. Ouch. Thanks for keeping me company this evening whilst I lie here with paper towels on my nose. That's definitely a... Oh, where's my... Is that what you did? I used that after my landing earlier. Brilliant. Black Doctor, have flight sim. Have you ever had ATC speed up on short file or just remembered last month felt the plane speed up, raise flaps, join up on localizer? Usually no, I've not been told to speed up. Usually told to maintain sort of 165 knots till 4 DME if they want you to keep a high speed up. They might give you approval way before the approach, you know, keep high speed, you know, till 80 sort of thing as well. No, not you. It's unusual to retract the flaps and speed up on the approach. But Crunchy, how do you manage to fit streaming and your work into your schedule? So I have a very nice roster at my operator, a number of days off between my blocks of duties. That's 4 days. So I do it on there. If I'm on standby as well, I sometimes stream. I actually have 2 weeks annual leave now as well. But it's in the winter I have a bit more time available, albeit this winter's been busier than usual. But as you can see, unlike full-time content creators, well, this is the first time I've streamed in 2 weeks, but that is a combination of I had COVID-19 and
Alpaca 20 X-ray contact Juliana approach 128.905.
128.905. Thanks to the ATC and have a great evening. Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. Bye.
See ya.
128.905. 1 to go. It's going to leave us a little bit high. It's only approach online. He's going to be busy. What's the aircraft doing here? It's just this sort of... This is a bit weird. Is it slowing down as well? 266. Okay. Well, it's quiet on frequency. I thought it would be non-stop chatting.
American 663, turn left direct about...
Oof. Wait, Richard, ouch.
Say again, please, for stream.
Turn left direct to Abadi.
Direct Avakia,
Approach, good evening. Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray descending 1000 inbound to Slugo, reducing speed to 210 knots.
Alpaca 52, turn left direct Avaki.
Left direct to Avaki, Alpaca 52.
Alpaca 52, descend to flight level 040.
What is going on with the PMDG here?
Flight level 040, Alpaca 52.
It's just not enjoying these speeds.
Alpaca 52, reduce speed to 190.
Like, constant the message light flashing as well.
190, Alpaca 52.
Bit balked.
Minimums, minimums, minimums. Approaching minimums.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks for 24 months. How nice of you to stream on our 2-year anniversary. 2 years to the day today. Oh, amazing, Andrew. Thank you very much for your support all that time.
Number 6,
That's
Alpha
awesome, buddy. Thank you.
Flight level 050.
050.
Did he say stand by to me when I checked it?
Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. July Bridge, good evening. Turn right heading 200. Expect the RNAV runway 10 approach. QNH 1019er.
Heading 200 degrees, expect the RNAV approach, runway 10, QNH 1019 at Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. So heading 200, and it looks like we're now in this sort of delayed vectors for the approach now.
Right 270.
Hi Leon, can you explain why you set the minimum to 740? Thanks, Captain. Of course I can.
663, reduce speed to 190.
Oops.
Use on Azure.
So, let me get the approach chart here. If I pinned it. So here's the RNAV approach. Now, this altitude here, 700 feet, is called an. Is an MDA, minimum descent altitude. We can't bust this altitude. A minimum descent altitude is you've got to be visual with the runway. If you're not, you must not go below this altitude. It's a legal minimum height. Now, what we did by adding 40 feet is, if we have to go around push Toga with the inertia of the aircraft descending, you might lose 20-30 feet. That ensures that once the aircraft goes around, we might lose 20-30 feet, get to about 720-710 feet, and then we go to the mist round. That means we never bust that altitude, so adding that 40 feet ensures that you never bust the MDA. DA is different on an ILS decision altitude. You can actually go below that. It's just as long as you initiate the go around at that height. So I hope that makes sense. Type in YouTube flight deck to sim RNAV approach tutorial, or sorry, flight deck to sim non-precision approach tutorial. It's an oldie but a goldie, and it'll explain in a bit more detail those approaches. Oops, we should be doing 210 knots. I did tell it, look, to do 210 knots. Or maybe it was the wrong waypoint. No, it was Slugo. So that's a little bug here in the approach. Let's just open the speed window 210.
1019, American 7839.
FedEx 523, are you in frequency? FedEx 2523, turn right heading 110.
Saint Maarten, over there. There. Looking good.
Juliana approach, are we clear for the RNAV approach runway 10?
You're welcome, Leon. Leon. Oh, cheers, Domino. Appreciate that. My moderators are excellent.
Clear to land runway 10, transit 286.
An oldie but goldie. Was in the PMDG NGX. Yeah, good question, Crowley. These are Navigraph charts, which aren't as... I prefer our NavBlue charts here. The difference between this, 1 and 2... Missed approach restriction to a maximum 25 knots. VNAV in lieu of MDA. Depends on operator policy. So yeah, there'll be something specific to the operator here. RVR's the same. This one has slightly higher minimums. So yeah, we probably have guidance in our chart specifying which one to select.
But
yeah, we don't have those sort of differences there. It's a little bit clear on NavBlue. So pitch and power, we're at 11,000 feet, yeah, about 66% one to a higher, 210 knots, altitude's pretty good, pitch and power's spot on. As soon as you start getting more descent, I'll disconnect below 10,000. Connor, can you spell LTS? Lower than standard, that stands for, Connor. Again, has slightly lower RVR, and I think it's operator specific, we can't use LTS minima. So I think like certain approaches, RVRs, 550 metres typically for a Cat 1 ILS, you sometimes get LTS minimum 450. I don't know exactly how you're allowed to use it. I know we're not allowed to.
Paka 52, Roger. American.
Someone's just said on VATSIM, dude, I've been circling for 2 hours for no reason. I have 500 kilos of fuel left. I'm dead. Oh my god.
Roger, use final approach speed.
But someone says you guys should have diverted. And the other guy replied, why? What reason? He said, you got 500 kilos of fuel.
Clear enough once you approach American.
Yeah, 500 kilos. That is.
Julian, approach your Transit 286.
Yeah.
Backtracking 1328.
That is not comfortable.
For Transit 286, Roger, expedite your taxi and backtrack runway 10, exit back.
Richard, can you remember shooting approach into Sabah just south of TNCM a couple of years back on stream? Can't remember what you were flying, but not many of us stopped. Yeah, I think that was it was like one of the fun group flights we did, wasn't it? Anyway, we got loads of gas.
663, Corona back in about 2,600.
We needed it's like 2.3 tons to divert. I mean, we're good for an hour. Connor, have you flown IMP authorised required? No, I haven't, Connor. Again, we don't have approval for that. I think we might do in the future. We fly on our approaches to LNAV or LNAV and VNAV minimum. Daffy, do you use same fuel when turning off an engine? Contrary to popular belief, that won't save you much fuel. The ready engine has to do twice the work.
X-ray, descend to flight level 050.
Descend to 050, Alpaca 20 X-ray.
American 78.
Fly level or altitude?
210.
Vertical speed. What's the transition altitude here? I think he was meant to say altitude, wasn't he? Oh no. Are we meant to be on a flight level still?
American 7839.
I've been maintaining 11,000 feet QNH. I think we should be on a flight level. But he did say, I swear we're told to descend to 11,000. Is that the Airbus PTU barking? I think that's someone's dog. I think I should be on standard still.
During approach, Transit 286, we have vacated runway 28.
If your fuel gets to 0, how quick would engines cut out? Truthfully, I don't know, nor would I want to find out, but as soon as you start getting below 300 or 400 kilos, the electric hydraulic pumps start overheating because they're cooled by fuel and there isn't sufficient fuel to keep them cold. If you turn off both, you really do save fuel. Hello, Mr. Warren. The best one was your engine out going into standards unexpected. I deleted that stream. My language went a little bit south.
Approach, Navajo 86 Sierra.
Goodbye. After that stream.
6,200.
What's the minimum usable fuel that sends you out? I mean, you're declaring a Mayday when you're less than a ton, typically, because that's less than 30 minutes. I mean, I don't know. I guess it could get to 0. Would never want to find out.
868 to Sierra, July approach, Roger, public level area.
Massive delayed vector here. Just do a shallow descent. So I'm glad I didn't disconnect. Because it'd be pointless. Yeah, God, I did see that Airbus. Did they land with like 200 kilos either side? Yeah, that is not fun. Cat, could you do an engine out at flight level 370 with the drift down steps? What, was a tutorial or at a stream? Could do that. Would you be up for potentially recording some audio for an F-mod sound pack? Potentially. I've got a lot of stuff I want to do on the channel first. Yeah, that was squeaky bum. Only with 200 kilos. Thank you very much, Luke, for your interest in becoming a member. There should be a join button, and it will explain all the perks that you get and get you into the members only Discord. Hello, Mark Jones. Hello, hope you're well. Can you show your control sensitivity screen? Just wanted to see if you have them pulled left or right. Do you have any response curves built in? No response curves at all. I just plug it in. Because really, truthfully, I don't know what I'm doing when I'm fiddling with that, and I can't really ever replicate the exact forces of the control column. For me, both the mod and PMDG, I've just plugged it in, it feels great. So that's another bug. It shouldn't go, unless there's a difference with PMDG here, it should stop at 9999, it's gone above that. It should stop at that
Roger
point.
that. Well,
it does on ours
we'll
anyway,
keep,
in the
monitoring
real
the frequency and let you
737.
know when we're 5 miles out.
But it's going like 10 miles at 400 now. We are that low. But it shouldn't go 9. It should stop at 9999.
Paca 52, welcome to Juliana, backtrack runway 10 on Taquera Echo.
Oh, we're gonna be.
Backtrack with me.
Where are we?
Okay, I'll back up 56.
We're over here.
November 6 Alpha, cross back here above.
So this is a bit of a bug. Look, the auto throttle's been very slow and responsive. Getting, you know, it should never look. It's more than 5 knots below the upspeed. The real aircraft, the auto throttle is very responsive in ensuring it doesn't go below that bug speed. It is correcting, but it is left it a little bit late. The auto throttle in MCP speed is very good at maintaining speeds, as long as you're sensible vertical speed.
Transfer to 86.
Paca 52 seconds.
Can you see the blue arrow on top here? For the,
52 seconds.
it's like it's actually going backwards. That's good.
Juliana approach, Mirrors 1.
Leon, do you ever use Flight Perfect in real life? Find it very useful on the sim. No, I don't use it. You're not allowed to when doing raw data in the sim. It's cheating. So let's be off.
10 approach, Mirrors 1.
Southwest 57 Juliet Zulu to right.
Let's see where we are in this queue on the VATSIM map. We might be in a bit of a sequence here. Oh no, I'm very much the most southerly aircraft now going into St. Maarten.
American 663 to right heading 190.
Oh dear, I hope he hasn't forgotten me.
Southwest 57 Juliet
I'm just going to do like 100 feet per minute.
Turn right direct, Apache Southwest 57 Juliet Zulu.
FedEx 523
Might have to give him a nudge soon, guys. We are 50 miles away from the airport now. Nearly.
There we go. Right heading 090.
Turn right heading 090 degrees, Alpha 2 Sierra X-ray.
Minimums, approaching minimums.
There we go. Ah, Luke, you found it. Thank you very much, buddy. Welcome aboard as a member. Glad you enjoyed the content. You get invited to our members only Discords. Hope you enjoy using the custom modes in chat. Thank you very much for the support. How? What's the dream wide body to fly, Jumbo?
At St. Maarten, we're going to practice it once again.
Scandinavian 2 managed to
FPS is great, super smooth.
Heading 190.
But overall, the PMDG is a more polished product. Everything seems to be working better in this than in the ZIBO mod at the moment. So, sort of system-wise, when you're flying around the autopilot, apart from the sort of jumpy speeds, little bugs here with the altitude and stuff.
American 663, Roger.
15,000 feet low.
80.
Can you confirm left 280, Megan 66?
Correction, American 663, turn right heading.
Yeah, Mark, I'll try to remember to pull up the response codes, but honestly, I haven't touched them. I literally haven't touched them. I've plugged it in.
Southwest 57 Juliet Zulu, descend to 3000.
Like FPS Caribbean, silky smooth. Hence my preference of Caribbean roads. Yeah, great performance. Nothing to load in, is there?
3000 Southwest 57 Juliet Zulu.
Southwest 57 Juliet Zulu, cross back
water as well.
2600, clear RNAV once approach.
Jet shimmer.
Cross above 2600, clear RNAV approach. Southwest 57 Juliet Zulu.
Number 6 Alpha, runway 10, clear to land.
Alright, clear for 910.
Water looks excellent.
FedEx 2, FedEx 523, turn right heading 300.
Carl, why does the PMDG not have a VNAV button like the other 737s?
Sierra X-ray, descend to flight level 060.
Descend flight level 060, Alpha 2 Sierra X-ray. So we're now going a bit higher.
XAF 238
Set standard.
turn right heading 310.
What's the transition here?
Right,
5,000, isn't it?
Taxi Jet 238 Quebec.
It has VNAV, the aircraft, no problem at all. Hello Blafson, nice stream channel. As a fellow 737 pilot, I was wondering about the realism of the last PMDG on Flight Sim 2020. Thanks for the insight, many happy landings. It's excellent, really, really good. System-wise, it's all working very nicely. ZIBO mod handles better. And I don't know how VNAV works in this. It's some sort of funky... It works on the appearance of things. It's not working as it would in the real life, whereas the ZIBO mod, when it is working, which it isn't at the moment,
50,
the VNAV
40,
is a proper VNAV
30,
system, working
20,
as it should.
10.
It's very impressive. Philippe, thank you very much for your $10, sir. Very kind of you.
Flight level 070.
Don't know why it's not reading it. 2100 over here. I'm in bed watching your stream and couldn't ask for a better night. Oh, Philip, thank you very much. I'm tucked up in bed watching the stream. Thank you very much, buddy. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. And have a lovely evening. It's 20 to midnight here in the UK. Stream I was planning to last for about 3 hours. It's now 3 hours 36 minutes. Issues earlier. Pressure it's 5 AM in Delhi. Ooh. I'm going to go towards Avaki now.
Turn left heading 360.
That's updated the profile.
Minimums. Approaching minimums.
Greg Monix. Member for a month, also in bed. I can't blame you from the UK. Thank you very much. Hope you're tucked in. Hope your girlfriend, partner, whatever is not going to be too bad with you.
Door number 2 for the airport.
Roger, thanks.
Amazing. Anyone else in bed? Oh yeah, so I've literally just set VS 100 feet per minute. We're on the way back towards the airport, 40 miles out. Miranda not in bed, great. Speedbird in bed, great. Call as soon as we land, we're off to bed. Thank you very much, guys. Me too.
American 7839, turn left heading.
Luke Norman, go to Google, type in YouTube Discord synchronization, follow the steps there. Bit more traffic popping up on TCAS now.
And American 663, turn right direct Avaki.
Right direct Avaki.
Okay, you're on call until 2 AM, lovely. 2 tons, you're flying back from you're flying back to Memphis from Frankfurt, part of positioning for the last MOG-F. Yeah, I forgot you position like non-stop, which is really cool. Is that a Sabah over there? I always can't remember which island's which. NDMZ, 100 feet per minute is a crazy low descent rate. It sure is, but it's technically not. It's technically a CDA.
3000.
And it's the higher you stay, the longer, the more efficient it is.
XAF 238 Quebec, turn right direct to Avaki.
Right direct Avaki, 238 Quebec.
Worst comes to worst, you can divert to Sabah.
663 at Avaki, there are enough once you approach.
Avaki, Kira now, Roger, approach.
Imagine if I land and then everyone's like got their jaw, hit the floor. I'll land and just go, what was it? Hello there. Hello there. Do you have a calculator on board the 737? No, not as part of the aircraft, but I did bring a calculator. To work out the fuel density primarily.
Roger, we'll report runway vacated 8680.
We're getting there, guys, slowly but surely, and it is extremely busy, but quieter than it was, I think, an hour ago. So put it in perspective, for this flight, we should have burnt trip fuel, trip plus taxi, or just trip, 1700 kilos of fuel. Look on this sector, 1760. We've actually now burned
Juliana approach, Caribbean 1308.
2.1 tons, so we burnt an extra 400 kilos so far. Thought it would have been a little bit more. Oh no, actually, to be fair, we can fly 6 minutes longer. Do you bring a whiteboard just in case your calculator fails? Unbelievable.
4,000 feet, American 7839.
People all over the world watching
Caribbean 1308, Juliana approach, but they are not once approach, QNH 1019er.
1019er, Caribbean 1308.
Okay, I've just gone past us on my left.
238 back, reduce 52.
Can't see him.
00.
Speed 200, executive jet 238 Quebec.
Hopefully, behind this guy ahead.
Number 2 Salvo, thank you very much. Taxi 14.
Yeah, hopefully, I'm just having a look here. Because obviously it has to have increased spacing, because we've got to backtrack going into
Southwest
Sint Maarten.
57 Juliet Zulu.
How much have you learnt in school do you use on a daily basis? Ooh, I can't tell you, you should always take your education seriously. So day-to-day, I can't tell you exactly what I've learned when using it. Yeah, should be good. Work hard and use those skills.
Packet 2 Sierra X-ray, reduce speed to 190.
190 knots, I'm back at 2 Sierra X-ray. So we're going to have to go below the up speed now. Flap 1.
At a back, clear RNAV
190.
Cross the back air above 2,600.
Cleared RNAV 10 approach, cross the back.
There's some wise advice from Stefan there.
Quebec.
American 7839er, clear direct Avaki.
Cleared direct Avaki, American 7839.
So American 7839 has been cleared direct to Avaki. Can't see him on the approach.
Packet 2 Sierra X-ray, clear direct Avaki.
Direct Avaki, Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. Avaki executes. LNAV available. LNAV out of quiet. So the aircraft's now going to drop down, level off at 6,000. So that's very realistic. The auto throttle again is being a little bit lazy. It's 5-6 knots below the target speed. It is not like that in the real aircraft. The auto throttle will not go below the bug speed. It will do if you get a sudden change, but it'll add a lot of thrust quickly to recover to that speed. So the auto throttle's just being a little bit lazy here. Again, it shouldn't be climbing back up to about 40 feet high. It is making corrections, a little bit lethargic. Hello, Admiral.
Packet 2 Sierra X-ray, descend to 3,000, reduce speed to 170.
Descend 3,000 feet and reduce speed to 170 knots. South Packet 2 Sierra X-ray. So we're going to go flat 5. And we can bug 170 flat 5. It's above the flat 5 speed. Looks like we're going straight in.
Turn left heading 090.
Yeah, it's a bit sluggish, Stefan. You've got to watch that. They've improved it, made changes. It used to be really poor. It still needs a lot of improvement. You can always override it. And sometimes in the real aircraft, if it's very gusty, you have to sort of override the auto throttle. It's not responsive enough. So I'm going to use a bit of speed brake. The reason is I want to get back onto profile because we are flying an RNAV approach. I want to get back into VNAV. Aircraft's only 8 miles ahead, you see, as well.
Vacated the runway Southwest 57 Juliet Zulu.
Southwest 57 Juliet Zulu, Roger, thank you very much. American 663, runway 10, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 10, we can shoot.
It's American 663, he must be quite a bit ahead.
2 Sierra X-ray, reduce speed to 170 or less.
170 knots or less, Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. So I think there might be an aircraft in this gap here.
Speed 180, American 783 now.
FedEx 523, turn left heading 190. Muras 1, descend
170 or less, we're doing 170. So, what's VNAV? VNAV's probably quite
Scandinavian
54. I'd question the VNAV profile saying that we're high on profile here. We're 4,000 feet. So I don't think this is very accurate.
Turn left direct.
Cat! Negative, we need a VR approach for negative RNAV.
Right. VNAV. Speed windows open. So this is one of the big problems with PMDG. It's got very questionable VNAV. Look at this. This is poor. Look at the speed.
Scandinavian 296.
Yeah, the auto throttle would never do this in the real aircraft. It's gotten 10 knots below the target speed. That's poor. And VNAV has levelled off at 3,800. It's showing on profile. It should do an idle thrust CDA. So this is very broken at the moment, I'd say. It's not. Yeah, it should be a nice idle continuous descent. We are 15 miles away, so ideally on profile we should be around 4,500 feet. We're at 3,800 on profile. Auto throttle's now recovered the speed. Final approach speed up back at 2 X-ray. That's early, but we'll do as instructed. Get down, flat 15. Yeah, had flying in comparison. Flat 25. I think there's an aircraft in this gap between here and here.
Flat 523,
flat 40. I've got alpha floor protection. So the auto throttle now should be really increasing. That's better. No, speed brake shouldn't be out. No comment. Tired. Can't see that big physical lever up there. But still, regardless of that, it should be very responsive on speed. It shouldn't get below there.
American 663, backtrack runway 10 and back at Echo.
Backtrack.
Yes.
Back at 2 Sierra X-ray, evacuate clear RNAV 10 approach.
After evacuate cleared RNAV 10 approach, out back at 2 Sierra X-ray. Right, let me just start the flight recorder.
American 7839er, reduce speed to final approach speed.
Final approach speed, American 7839.
And American 7839, disregard, maintain 180 knots.
And disregard, maintain 180.
So now it's stable at flat 40. We've been cleared on our approach, by the way. So reset MCP altitude 2,600 feet for the FAF. VNAV path. Yeah, it's a very shallow descent. Now it's established on the profile. I think after this point it should be better.
Confirm capital descent.
So we've configured very early here, but that was just on the instruction from ATC.
We need to descend to be able to further speed on our approach. Can we descend?
Right, let's hand fly.
296, descent to 2,600.
1,600, send it to 296.
So this is good. Roll rate's excellent.
American 7839.
Pitch not effective enough. It's good. That's me on purpose. That's actually with it. What was really nice was when I added the G there. You saw the stall speed increase. That was pretty cool. 1,700 feet here. VNAV map still. But you see how it holds the speed quite stable as well. It's quite nice.
American 663.
But this VNAV is completely broken. Like that VNAV was inaccurate for the whole approach. Now we're on the path. It seems okay. Like on the final approach here, it's now set at the correct rate of descent. But prior to that, it was sort of doing 100 feet per minute. Yeah, those poor passengers, I know. But talking about handling, the PMDG on final here, fully configured, is better than the ZIBO mod at the moment. The ZIBO mod is too sluggish. This is handling far more realistically in the final approach phase with landing flapping gear out. The ZIBO mod isn't as good, but the ZIBO mod is handling far better in other phases of flight.
And American 7839, cross back out above 2,600.
Approaching descent anyway, 800 feet. VNAV path, speed windows open.
Scandinavian 296, clear RNAV.
I don't think he needed to slow me that early though. He told me to do minimum approach speed. The aircraft's already landing.
Scandinavian 296, my apologies. Aruba clear BOR from we want to approach.
That'll be our approach.
FedEx 5.
Pitch power's pretty good. There's the FAF. 1,700 feet, no flags.
FedEx 2.
And now it's descending on a slightly different path.
170.
170, FedEx.
Nice weather, look at this. In general, ZIBO mod is better at the moment, so each have their pros and cons at the moment. I think the PMDG is more complete, you're getting better overall results, although the VNAV was a bit disappointing there.
parking
It wasn't
to
working
Quebec.
as anywhere near as expected. The jerky speeds with wind changes in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Handling here on approach though is very nice. I know the flare is going to be very light on the controls. ZIBO has the opposite problem. Jammer handling in the mod is very good, but the landing earlier was quite challenging. Far too... this kind of controls weren't anywhere near as sensitive enough. This is feeling very nice though. Thrust a little bit excessive. I'm having to use about 70-72% to maintain this speed. Do the landing checks, haven't brakes off, start switches. Didn't do the post-cruise checks either. Am I a real pilot or what? But yeah, the thrust is too excessive. Mr. Pro Challenging, we've set now 3,000 feet. Thrust is too high for flat 40. Flat 40 usually is about 60-62%, even at this gross weight. So N1 is 10% off at the moment. So too much thrust at the moment. Yeah, the aircraft is excellent. It ain't perfect. Flight director guidance on approach has been excellent though. Continue. So you know, on a non-position approach like this, the flight directors. Runway 10 clear to land, Alpaca 20 X-ray. I'm getting tired. I didn't realise we've been cleared to land yet. Continue. The flight directors on a non-position approach like this aren't as accurate. Chase. I'm a little bit high now. Whoa, it's so, very easy in desktop simulators to miss your rate of descent. So you know, it looks like I'm doing about 700-800, but I'm actually doing about 1200. But 3 whites was a little bit high there. Really? 4 whites? I'd say I'm pretty... maybe a tad high. I don't think that's 4 whites. Anyway. Close. Hold the attitudes. That's too sensitive for me. Maybe it's my settings. Right, speed brakes up. Reverses. That's the opposite problem to the ZIBO mod. It's too light. Speed brakes up. Reverses. Manual braking. The brakes are like extremely mentally effective. But we're down. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sint Maarten. Yeah, I flared it. It was like the ZIBO mod. Look at my yoke. Was like this. And this was like. I won't turn. Come on, turn. Ah, the turning circle is rubbish. Oh my god, turning circle's rubbish. Should be a lot tighter than this. Anyway, there we go. Too much thrust there. We'll expedite the backtrack. Back to Sierra X-ray expediting backtrack.
Opaca 20 X-ray, roger backtrack runway 10 vacated at Echo.
Backtrack vacated Echo Alpaca 2 Sierra X-ray. Traffic's on 5 mile final, so we should be fine. Oh, my thrust is way too high. Yeah, both the PMDG and the ZIBO mod not liking it during the landing. That was, I pitched up and it was like super light. I seemed to hit ground effect or something was sort of preventing the aircraft from sinking. In the real aircraft, if you're at VUF +5, your correct approach speed, and you chop the thrust, it really wants to settle on the runway. I'm just going to expedite here because he's on short final. There we are, I'll just take this one here. Yeah. This is a little bit excessive. Just want to get this guy on the ground. It's probably been
Mirrors 1 Gerard, 1 thermal from back east, crosser back it above 2,600.
That was a bit unrealistic, but there we are, we vacated.
Clear nav, 10 approach, back at 2,600,
yeah.
Mirrors 1.
Yeah. The turning circle is issue I've noticed in aircraft Microsoft Flight Simulator. This you can change this. It used to be really good in the PMDG in Microsoft Flight Sim, but that had full run event. It wasn't turning anywhere near as much. You can turn this in quite a tight angle. He seems quite high. I was very high there. He's extremely high.
Caribbean 1308.
Right, I've just vacated Delta. I'll take the next right onto Charlie, and then we'll find a stand.
Caribbean 1308.
Just want to watch this guy land. Oh, he's come back down now. What's he in the A300? Flaps coming up. Yeah, have a look at that. Ooh, he scanned it.
American 7839, roger. Maintain 3,000 for heading 250.
Oh, what's he going? He's doing going down again. Ah! Oh, good luck, sir. Sketchy.
American 7839, right turn heading 250.
Well, that's ropey.
Right turn 250, American.
Good luck, sir.
We're at 1.
Anyway, I'll just taxi on the stand. I don't think we're going to get any taxi restrictions. This guy's super busy. James, sorry for causing your late landing clearance. Had to floor it back down the runway to vacate in time. Oh, no problem. You got off. Excellent. Yeah, not bad. You know, you got to always remember, these are desktop simulators. You're never going to perfectly replicate what the real aircraft is like. And I'll always give you an accurate comparison. Both the PMDG and ZIBO mods had issues today. Both had some really excellent things I'd like to point out as well. I think overall the PMDG is the more complete product. You're going to get a more realistic experience out of this aircraft overall. As I say, there's turning full left and full right, barely able to turn us down the line. Oh, come on. That's full left. But yeah, didn't like the landing on that at all. Neither did the PMDG. The ZIBO was awful as well. I mean, I'm harsh, but you both need a lot of work. Anyway, this is the excellent freeware scenery available. You can't see 737, 727, 757. Where's 737? Love for every other plane except for 73. Oh, I've passed it, that's why. There's an awful bug here. I wonder if they fix this one. Whee! No, they haven't. I'm exactly where I was. They've still got the elastic returning from reverser to forward. APU's available on bus. Let's do the full shutdown flow here. So I'm going to go to standby, 2000 hour on stand. Shut the engines down, flaps are up, trim don't worry about, order brake to off, 3100. This can be set to 100. Start switches off. This to steady. Anti-coil off, probes off. There we are, that'll do. Check's complete. It's definitely a Boeing. A Boeing. There we go. There we are in St Maarten. Oh, that approach was challenging. Oh, I'm tired after that stream, guys. My goodness me. Please tell me you go wee at work. Yeah, every time. Excellent. Right, I just realised I came on still. Cool. Well, let's sort of have a bit of an overview of the stream, because a lot of people always asking me in comments and emails, messages on social media, which one is best, ZIBO or PMDG 737? Look, they're both excellent sims. I was really disappointed to have the crashes in X-Plane 12 earlier. At least we worked out what was causing it. Issues with the default pushback and changing of frequencies. And that delayed the whole day by about 40 minutes, but we're here now. The flight in the ZIBO mod was overall very, very good. Takeoff was excellent. Great to be back in the sim. Taxiing, takeoff. General handling was excellent. Really, really nice. There were bugs in VNAV, that wasn't working properly. As soon as you sort of got below the flat 5 speed, started configuring for landing in the mods, everything got very heavy. Having to over control to keep the aircraft stable in the flare and landing, and that was way off what we wanted to see. But love the default airports in X-Plane 12. The weather's improved considerably. The weather was a pleasant surprise. So sort of like the light turbulence in the cloud. The interpretation of the META on live weather was much better. Jumping into Microsoft Flight Simulator, default airports nowhere near as good. PMDG overall handled really, really nicely. Taxi takeoff, it's just Microsoft Flight Sim. It's good, it's sufficient for the average user. You've got the benefits of the sim to overshadow those sort of funny handling things. You know, it's fine, like it overall. It's sufficient, but yeah, it just feels a bit static. Trim's not as effective as it should be in the PMDG still. Picture power generally okay. VNAV worked well initially, but then on the approach went all weird. Like I said, I think they have workarounds to make it look like it's working correctly. Generally it does, but on that approach there, VNAV just sort of wasn't on profile. General handling on approach though, this was much better than the mod. Especially getting out flat 15 and then flat 40 we configured quite early because of ATC. The handling was quite nice. But on the flare there, you know, I put the yoke come back, and I showed you already. But on the flare and the ZIBO mod, you know, I was like having to do this, get the airplane where I was. And the PMDG, I just went like that, and then it just floated and floated, and I was like, oh, okay. Again, I might have to change my settings around. There are things I can certainly improve my side, but overall, they're both excellent 737s. I genuinely don't have a preference, and I've mentioned it before, I'll mention it again. If you want the overall best sim experience with the best performance, the best graphics, making the sim looking good with all the model matching, everything, you want to go Microsoft Flight Simulator. And that's genuine truth. I will use X-Plane 12 continuously. In fact, I'm planning a few extremes in X-Plane 12 with the Fearless 747. I just enjoy it, and I love the sim, and I think you guys should do too. Let's have a look at some of the
40,
questions and comments here. Firstly, just say thank you very much to Jamie for the £5. Really appreciate that, buddy. Thanks for the direct donation. I appreciate it. What's he said?
Hey Captain,
hello.
Just wanted to thank you for your videos.
You're welcome.
Started watching a few years back with no experience, and now I'm 10 hours into my PPA at uni and have an interview for a funded commercial program with a flight school tomorrow. Safe travels.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Let me get my soundboard for getting as far as you have. That's amazing, Joe. Loads of people who've started watching the videos years ago, and they've got private pilot's licenses. They're going for their flight training. It's amazing. It makes you feel very happy, and very much appreciate your gesture there with that donation. Best of luck with your interview with your commercial program with the flight training school, and wish you the best of luck. Some great opportunities out there at the moment. Cameron Hawes, I have a quick question for you on Microsoft Flight Simulator. How long does the decompressing take? Or Cameron, I don't know. Or the update in Microsoft Flight Sim? I think it's just based off your internet speed. Doesn't take me too long. I really don't know about that question. Steve, PMDG are working on the VNAV, so I understand. So possibly improved in the next update. Should also have the first version of the FB starting about then too. Yeah, definitely ZFB. I find that FMS really cumbersome and fiddly to use to find what you want to do. So great that the FB is coming there, and hopefully VNAV. It used to work okay, working fine in the PMDG, and I've done non-precision approaches. It's fine, but today wasn't ideal on the approach there. Passing the final approach fix was okay, but again, it was the incorrect descent path angle at 2.8 degrees. Should have been 3. But again, they're nitpicking, but that's what it should be doing. Cheers, Leon. Have a great night and a fast recovery. Feeling much better. I've had a few COVID symptoms, but feeling much better. Thank you very much for the kind words. Rian, have you tried the WG runway? Cannot confirm nor deny. Sam Heaton goes, ha ha ha. Hope you're doing well. Any excuse for a double power back? Oh yeah, I did that on purpose. I had to use the reverse to get backwards there. Awesome. Let's cool down a day then. As I mentioned, this is the excellent freeware scenery available for St. Juliana. The information for that is in the video description below. It's just one of those ones you can download for free, pop in the community folder and use straight away. Looks accurate enough for all the stand numbers. Like with X-Plane, there's some great people who spend their free time providing lovely airports for you to use in the community. I mean, don't get me wrong, some of the payware airports are incredible, the quality that you can get as well, but there's also some amazing freeware ones available, like this one too. I won't do a full tour today, but go check it out. As I mentioned, it's completely free to download. Right, let's now load up a panel state, get the aircraft reconfigured. It's the only way to get an accurate replay, so I'm going to go to taxi, execute, give it a few seconds to get updated, and we'll then select flap 40 for landing. Cheers Torin 4x4, glad I'm on the mend, thank you very much. Cheers Black Doctor, great stream as always. Yeah, hopefully I think a bit of Fearless action we're in order for, and then I'll get that new Concorde updated as well. It's been a while since we've flown Concorde. Right, flaps are nearly at 40. Flight recorder is still actually recording. Let me stop that first. Stop recording. Perfect. No, all done today, Andrew Joyce. This was the second sector of the day. What was my landing rate, by the way? I did remember to turn it on Flight Live. I bet it was -1. You just haven't told me yet. Cheers, Zany. Thanks for the kind words. Fearless Tupolov. I don't think that's been updated for X-Plane 12. -128. Ah, not bad, but I said it was a bit floaty. Right, let's now cue the funky replay music. Where are you? There we go, that's working. Wish me luck with the replay, trying to get this to work. Oh, hold on, let me just turn the lights on, otherwise they're going to go click, 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 click. It'd be really annoying on the replay. Right, press replay. It's doing a thing. Pause replay. I can hear clunky lights going on. I think we should be good there. There we are, look at this. On final approach. Hope the music's not too loud, you can actually hear what I'm saying. Turn up the sim slightly. Turn down the funky music. Another good reason to install X-Plane 11. Let's have a look here. So I will have to extend the speed brakes and things like that. Yeah, I do prefer X-Plane with regards to handling, like making the changes there. I was high on the whole profile as well. I was 3 whites, 1 red there, but look, I was making changes then. Oof, I find it quite difficult to correct in Microsoft Flight Sim. Yeah, I was high there. Our doors open. No, I closed the doors. Remember today. So there was the check. And it just did not want to settle down. Look, like the real aircraft, guys, it settles down really quickly. Here it just sort of floated. Just held the attitude, and the aircraft just stayed there. I think the speed was good. It would only float if you like VREF plus 20. See that? Just settle. In real life, it would settle on the gear quite quickly. There we are, down. Oh yeah, select reverses for you. Speed brake. And the brakes were ridiculously good. It was like braking manually. I was like, "Argh!" But yeah, you know how I tried to turn around? I should have been able to just go full right on the rudder and turn really easily, even with this remaining space, but it was just super hard at the time. Let's do one more. I can't do tower views, can I? Look at this view. That's superb. Mayho Beach view. I don't know how to set that up in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Drone cam, I guess, but it's sort of glued to the airplane. I'll try. Whoa! Saw how the gear bounced a little bit. So it looks a bit more realistic there. It doesn't feel quite as realistic. Right, I'll try the beach view. I think I might be able to do that, and then if I go to the camera, bear with me here, guys. Free camera drone. Ooh. Let's try it. Just wish me luck with my camera controls, that's all. There we go. Oh no! What have I done? Ah! I'm glued to the plane still. I need to separate it. Oh, blast. No, follow mode. That's what I need to turn off, isn't it? I did a thing. Let's have a look here. I'll try my best for you. That was really too high. I can't move the camera quick enough. Oh, guys, I'll have to do. The spoilers weren't out. That's just a replay. Oh, guys, I'm not very good. I need to get better. We're bearing. Oh, wait, there you go. I tried. Right, that's it. I'm tired. Let's put you in the window view here. Actually, maybe do. Yes, let's do that view, or perhaps that one. Right, let me put you back on final approach from about there. That should do us nicely. Resume replay. Guys, that's it for today. Thank you very much for tuning in for another Flight Data Sim live stream. First one of 2023, the ZIBO MOD and PMDG 737. Without repeating myself, they're both great airplanes. They both need updates to get them up to scratch, but you can certainly use both of them, enjoy them on the respective networks you fly on, and they're both absolutely fine. Hopefully some improvements to them in the future. I'll hopefully be going live a few times the next 2 weeks. I'm on annual leave, and I'm planning on doing lots of streams and content for you, so be sure to stay tuned, subscribe to stay up to date with latest content. Don't forget to like and like this video. It helps the channel out as well. And I am on social media, and I most of the time publish live streams on social media, so be sure to check those out as well. To everyone that donated, thank you very much for your generosity. Enjoy your upcoming week, and I'll see you on another live stream very soon. Very good night. Welcome